Standing by.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Complete.
The multi-dimensional portal is open. Tajigen, it's your favorite superstar, the multi-dimensional Tajigen Kaiden, a sentient star cluster in virtual idol form. Great to see you all this Sunday, because it was supposed to be yesterday. I'm so sorry about yesterday, maniacs. I ended up rescheduling the stream because I didn't want to have to postpone it all the way to next week. So this Saturday, or maybe Thursday actually, we'll talk more about that later. I want to continue on with Hoenn for the Pokemon League building stream. But anyway, happy Sunday. I hope your Sunday is well. It is nice to stream on a Sunday at least, you know, every once in a while. That being said, I will be releasing, well, either today or tomorrow, the schedule for this coming week. Probably tomorrow would be better. I'm not going to acknowledge the fact that we had this stream. It's gonna say stream offline for Sunday the 20th, but yeah. I want to have streams from Wednesday to Saturday again. 4 streams for this week. So it can be 2 on Twitch and 2 on YouTube. And well, I already know that YouTube is gonna be, hello there, Mist, glad you could make it here. You still have the moderator status. You're not a wielder of the Emerald Sword here, you're a wielder of the Sapphire Wrench. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I said that on the first stream we did on YouTube. But how are you though? Also, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, or happy Monday, if it is Monday for you. Starting the week off with me? Ah, you're starting it off well. Yes. I'm very, you know, I've been very excited about these streams, so I definitely want to have more of them. The Japanese stream we did some days ago was also really good, so that's the plan for the YouTube streams this coming week. One for the Pokemon Hoenn League, and one for Japanese learning, probably with Renshu or something. Doing good, enjoying the new gear from the Lotro delving system. Huh. Delving system. You know, I've been out of the loop since I haven't exactly been playing a lot lately, but what is it about, Mist? What's been going on in the Lotro dimension? I'd like to hear more about that, if you don't mind. But what was I gonna say? Right, so the other one would be the Japanese stream, probably with Renshu, but might do more with Duolingo or Lingo Deer. I think I will be able to get to the Amethyst League again this week on Duolingo, but I've already lost the streak because I didn't practice for like the last 2 days or so, but it's because I'm like practicing Japanese elsewhere too. So far, Renshu is still my favorite out of all of those. Like if we have a comparison of all these platforms, Lingo Deer, Duolingo, and Renshu, anything else is on a different category. Like the Learn Japanese to Survive RPG Maker game or watching videos, taking classes is a different category in its own. Let's just say the gear is godlike for the effort you have to commit. It's basically tier 3 raid gear without set bonuses. So tanks like me are going, yay, okay. Okay, oh yeah, that's good then. Set bonuses kind of suck because, how do you say the plural of bonus? Bonuses? Bonai? You know, it's like cactus, right? You have cacti be the plural. But yeah, I guess bonuses is the plural. Bonai sounds weird. Anyway, the problem with set bonuses a lot is that you feel like you gotta get the combinations of the set. Maybe not the whole set, but at least like 2 items of the set so you can have more bang for your buck. If you just have one of them, even if you're being optimal in regards to your other gear, there's always this lingering feeling that, you know, I'm not getting the full potential of this ring. Gotta get the other ring or the E-ring or something. Gotta get the chest piece as well. Something like that, right? It's always a double-edged sword with those things. Tanks like the Brawler wants the 4 set and then pieces from the delving system. But are you a different kind of tank then? Not a Brawler? It's good to see that Brawler can be a tank though. I keep forgetting what they can be. DPS and tank, I would guess. I don't see how they could be healers. You're a Brawler. Okay. Want the 4 set and then pieces from the delving system. Alright. But not the whole set from the delving system, I think you mean. DPS tanks, yeah. I think the only one that can be all 3 is Bjorning so far. Very similar to a WoW Druid. Also, Mist, I think this could be comparable to the Savage gear. Well, only that Savage in Final Fantasy XIV. Only that Savage is mostly for cosmetic purposes rather than equipment stats, right? Rather than statistical purposes. But correct me if I'm wrong. You know about that more than me. It is literally 2 main content. Oh, okay. Yeah, because it sounds like one of the highest difficulty things, but didn't know it's like 2 men. Wow. Can you do it solo? Oh, alright. The delving system is solo duo. Alright. FYI, by the way, the little chat widget related to the YouTube chat always has a little bit of a delay. So it will look like I'm responding to messages before they appear on the screen, especially if you're not looking at the chat. If you're watching through the VOD, you may not see the chat replay. There should be a live chat replay, but if you're not seeing it, either because you don't have the option or because you just don't open it, you will rely on what's on the screen. So it will look like I'm responding to messages before they appear, but that's just because there's a delay on the overlay for... Hey, that rhymed. A delay on the overlay. Anyway, on the overlay for the chat. I do have ultra low latency on the stream this time. And yes, there was a way to make all streams. It does remember your settings for your last stream. If you set it to low latency or ultra low. I'm gonna see how ultra low goes. I mean, if I have any lag because I'm going for something so ultra low on latency. I've never had any issues with this on Twitch, but I don't know if Twitch is on the same ultra low or low. I think it's pretty much the same as ultra low. When I do ultra low latency, it loses the ability to do closed captions and to do 1440p 4K quality, but I don't mind because I don't need any of those things. Not right now, at least. It's not like I'm streaming at 4K, for heaven's sake. I don't have the internet for that. A lot of people don't need to go as far as 4K. Like, even 720p 60, which is what I have right now, is enough. Actually, now that I think about it, I think I could afford to do a 1080p, maybe not 60, but a 1080p stream. Because I'm not streaming video games. from what I understand, my internet, well, in terms of speed, not in terms of stability, that's another story, as you've seen here and there, but I mean, it's not like it hiccups every 1 minute or so, but in terms of like the connection speed, I am able, I think, to do 1080p streams, but the computer itself is what's the problem. Like, even if I go for a game like let's say Terraria, Shovel Knight, an older game, Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, one that is not as demanding, it's still a lot to have the VTuber software, the live streaming software, and the game. It takes a lot. So I would need to upgrade my PC before I'm able to do that. So I keep sticking to 720p 60, but today we're not gonna play a video game. We're gonna just do all this stuff on the browser, create the trainer cards for the Pokemon Johto League, which we're about to get into, by the way. And yeah, just not gonna be that demanding on the PC in terms of GPU, I think, and CPU. Well, I am using Google Chrome. Google Chrome by itself already eats up a lot of RAM and resources, and I do have a lot of tabs open in one of the windows for Chrome, but even so, I think it would be alright. Nevertheless, I've already started in 720p 60. I would have to restart the stream, which would be a mess on the VOD, so I don't want to do that. So with this being said, let me pause this music because I want to put some Johto themed music. I discovered this fantastic channel, this incredible channel. Let me see the name of the channel. Shiba Mashups with an exclamation mark. But if you search Johto Dual Mix, Kanto Dual Mix, even Hoenn Dual Mix, that's as far as they've gone, you will find this channel. So what this channel has is a lot of dual mixes and mashups, as the name would suggest. Listen. This is from Johto also. So these are dual mixes of pretty much every single song on the Johto game soundtrack, but it's a dual mix of the Heart Gold Soul Silver version and the Gold Silver Crystal version of each song. And it's just brilliant. It's about 2.5 hours long. There's also one for the entirety of Kanto, the entirety of Hoenn. So far, that's what they've done. They're probably working on Sinnoh. They've already done a few Sinnoh remixes from like Diamond Pearl Platinum, Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, but they're probably still saving them up for another time. And they're fantastic. So that's what we're gonna have in the background for now, while we begin working on this. So yeah, let me put the window here, once again. Give me a second here, just opening Pocket Charms. I've gotta open my Excel document as well. Alright, so the big elephant in the room right now is Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. They just came out. You can see it here on the screen as well, right? Well, I will say, it's there in the description as well, but I want to warn all of you right now, there will be spoilers. Minor, I think they are, but there will be spoilers for the Pokédex, not the story. Not the story. There's no reason to really mention what's going on in the story, and I should tell you, I've already spoiled myself too much on the story. Too much. I already know about like some very big plot twists that happen. But yeah, it's mostly the Pokédex because, well, there's some regional and regional-like forms of certain Pokemon that were introduced in Generation 2 that we will be putting in here, I think. So, I'm gonna try not to say anything else about, like, the Pokemon themselves more than who they are. So there's Pokédex spoilers. So stop watching if you don't want them. Because I can't tell you at what point in the video it's gonna be. At what point in the live stream I'm gonna be saying them. It's not gonna be that much because there's just a few teams that will have them. Mostly I will be using those Pokemon for teams that need them. Like, for example, the Ghost type team already lacks a lot of representatives. It's a similar case to what happened with Agatha's team in Kanto. Morty's team is gonna have problems. Claire's Dragon team is gonna have problems. So we'll get to that. Hey, by the way though, let me ask you something. Whether you have played Scarlet or Violet or not, What's your favorite starter so far? Fuecoco, Sprigatito, Quaxley? Without saying anything else about it, because I could elaborate more, I will say my favorite right now is Sprigatito. Comes very close with Quaxley though. I still like Fuecoco, and there's something about the evolutions that I like in Fuecoco, but I will say no more than that. I'm still, you know, even though we are gonna have a few spoilers for the Pokédex, I want to keep them to a minimum. Scarlet and Violet is still like 2 days old, or 3 depending on your time zone, like, it's all still very new. Also, there's, they have already added everything. So as you can see here, they already have every Pokemon from Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. They have spoiler mode, which I am going to disable, which means that we will see the Pokemon there. Or actually, you know what? I'm gonna keep it enabled. I will still be able to use the Pokemon from that if I search for them specifically, but they will only show up if I search for them. So there's that. Okay. So for example, let me see. Wow, it's a little bit laggy, isn't it? Oh yeah. So there's a Pokemon here that says spoiler. It starts with the letters SKE. Won't say any more than that. I guess you gotta type the entire complete name for it. I hope it doesn't look like everything is too slowed down on this. It's just like Pokecharms itself. It's not my computer. There tends to be a little bit of lag on this. Also, terastallizing. The terastallizing feature is one that I don't quite understand yet. I want to understand a little bit more about terastallizing, but... Well, here's another spoiler about Scarlet and Violet, I guess. This is not just about the Pokédex, it's about a feature in the game. And the terastal phenomenon has the possibility of making a Pokemon a different type altogether. So for example, Pikachu here becomes flying type. 100% flying type. Because I think what they do is that they just make it be monotype, one and only type, which is the one you do. Actually, yeah. Let me see. Pokemon can only have one Terra type, and dual-type Pokemon become single-type upon terastallizing. However, same-type attack bonus still takes effect for moves matching the Pokemon's original types, regardless of whether the Pokemon's Terra type matches that move while terastallized. So, there you go. The move Terra Blast changes type to the Pokemon's innate Terra type upon terastallization. So that's worth mentioning there. Alright, I will open a little tab here for the Johto League. Just so we can also keep referring to the gym leaders. So, we are continuing from what we did last week, creating the Kanto League. It was initially intended to be more than that, but it ended up being just the Kanto League. So I'm now changing my approach. We're going to be doing one of these streams every week until we finish all the way to Paldea. So that means that by the time we get to Paldea, Scarlet and Violet will have been out for like maybe 2 months by then. So I think that will work out nicely because I'll have a lot of information to be able to make this well. To be able to make like a good Pokemon League for Paldea. I will say this though. This is a minor spoiler again, which I hope is okay. But they did something very interesting with the type experts in the region. And, well, they made it so that there's a type expert for every type except one, if I got that correctly. I'm not gonna say which one it is, but kind of similar to Alola in that sense. You and Unova almost. There is indeed a type expert for everything. Not all of them are gym leaders, but a lot of them end up feeling like a gym leader sort of opponent. Again, I will say no more than this, because it's spoilerific. Not a massive story spoiler or anything, but just a feature, a spoiler about the features and the activities you can do in the game, more than anything. But alright. Dun, 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 dun. So yeah, I love mashups and dual mixes, which is also why I love these. Especially songs that were originally done in 8-bit and then got a remix that's not in 8-bit. And then you put the 8-bit on top of it. It can end up working really well. So, let's not delay this any further. Let's immediately begin. Oh well, I guess I should give an explanation also as to what this is. So, I have a dream scenario of the ultimate version of each Pokemon game. I'm starting to come up with more crazy ideas for it, which we can talk about later actually. But the idea that we're going for the most here is one in which the Pokemon League changes immensely. It is still a lot like the original experience of 8 gym leaders and then going for a Pokemon League challenge. But now there are 18 gym leaders, one for each and every one of the types. And this is the case in every region. This means that for Johto and Kanto, they've also separated the leagues. Now each of them indeed has their own league. There's no Indigo League anymore. There's the Kanto League, and there's the Johto League. This means that the Elite Four is also gone, because the Elite Four members are now gym leaders. Karen is the Dark type gym leader. Bruno is the... Well, actually, it's not Bruno anymore. Bruno is the Fighting type gym leader in Kanto. Chuck remains the Fighting type gym leader in Johto. Koga is the Poison type gym leader in Johto. Will is the Psychic type gym leader. And there's also a bunch of new characters, mostly for like the other gym leaders. Unless there's a character that we can put as a gym leader, actually. I've been thinking of making some of these be the... be some characters from the Battle Frontier, so that they also are gym leaders. The Battle Frontier from... that is in Heart Gold and Soul Silver. And I believe it's also in... Yeah, Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, I think. Because it's accessible from the Sinnoh and the Johto games. So we have Tower Tycoon Palmer, who is the father of Barry, the rival in the Sinnoh games. Factory Head Thornton, Arcade Star Dahlia. She could be maybe a good electric type gym leader for Johto. Or maybe the fairy type. Castle Violet Darak, who, by the way, Caitlyn is on the back there. Caitlyn, the Elite Four member from Unova. Hall Matron Argenta. So some of these could maybe become gym leaders as well. I know that I'm going to be doing something like that for Hoenn. There's a Battle Frontier member that... Hold on. There's a Battle Frontier member that really fits the Poison type. So I made her be the Poison type gym leader for Hoenn in my book. And she is Pike Queen Lucy. Because if you look at the Battle Pike, you know, the thing about the Battle Frontier is that there's no type experts. Like, everything is always generalized. It's always a party of diverse types. Because of the nature of what you're doing in the Battle Frontier. It's not gyms, but Seviper is like this thing in the Battle Frontier Pike. So Pike Queen Lucy would also be Gym Leader Lucy, Poison type Gym Leader. Because I like that idea of or using already pre-existing characters for these roles. Seviper would be her signature Pokemon, like it is here already. But she would have a different party. So that's one thing, right? That's one thing. Yeah, Seviper is her signature Pokemon in Adventures, in... Oh, well, no, not in Adventures, but in the anime. Oh, yeah, she doesn't seem to have a Seviper. Oh, no, wait. Yeah, she does have a Seviper in Pokemon Adventures. So, yeah. But I digress. The point is, there's 18 gyms. You still only need 8 batches, though, to qualify for the conference. Or the tournament, if you will. I'm still not sure how the whole conference/tournament would work, but basically it's similar to Sword and Shield, and at the end of it, you face the champion. So you can become the winner of the tournament, which would place you at a certain ranking. Again, a minor spoiler about a feature in the games in Scarlet and Violet, but they have this thing called the champion rank. And it's something you achieve when you have completed the 8 gyms, or well, 8 gyms, not the, but just 8 gyms. And then you complete what's called a champion assessment. And after you do that, you are a champion rank trainer. But it's good to have it called champion rank, because then there's not that one and only champion. Because what if you want to be a champion but you don't want to be a defending champion, right? Red, for example, I think it's implied that he became champion, but he did not stay to defend the title. He just became a roaming trainer of sorts, and that's why you find him later in Mount Silver. Well, I hope that's not a spoiler. Lance is the one that remains the defending champion. Blue either didn't become champion again, or he didn't choose to continue defending the title, and thus Lance, Wataru, is the champion. So that's how it goes. In this case, again, there's no Elite Four anymore. I guess I could make it so that there's an Elite Four with like no type specialty, but I don't like the sound of that. I think it kind of cheapens the champion. The Pokemon champion is always gonna be a type. Not having a type specialization, like Leon, like Blue, like Cynthia. So Lance being a Dragon type specialist would not be a thing anymore, not quite. The same goes with Steven and Iris. Wallace, I think, would go back to being a gym leader. Something like that. Oh, and also, sorry if you heard that sound, that's the notification from TweetDeck. Thank you for the like. Thank you for the like on TweetDeck. I just saw that. So yeah, I think Windows notifications should not be sounding here, by the way. I keep telling it to stop playing sounds, but it keeps ignoring me. I think it's Google Chrome that's kind of overriding that. But this time I have the sound mixer left open, and that seems to help. Oh shoot. This has a spoiler for Scarlet and Violet, I just realized. Sorry if I gave you a spoiler there. Yeah. But yeah, these are some of the champions, right? I prefer when the champion doesn't have a type specialty. So that's how I have it. Again, much like Blue, Trace, Steven, Cynthia, Alder, etc. But they may have a semi-type specialization. For example, Steven in his champion party has like 3 still types. This is one of my favorite songs. But yeah, and also Alder, for that matter, has like 3 bug types in his party. Though the party I'm gonna make for him is gonna be a bit different, I think, but yeah. So, I like to think that I wanted to do it like the anime, in which it's called a conference. Actually, I'm very curious to see what this is called in Japanese. Let me go to the translator to read this.
Johto League Shirogane Taikai.
I mean, Taikai can be called a tournament. You know what I'm reminded about? I'm reminded of the Tournament of Power from Dragon Ball Super. Hold on, not what I wanted to open. No. Johto League Shirogane Taikai. So it would be called a tournament, though I like the way the conference name sounds. Chikara no Taikai. Tournament of Power. Torneo del Poder. Tournament of Strength could maybe another translation of it, but that's another story, isn't it? Torneo de la Fuerza. Chikara no Taikai. I just want to have fun searching this on Google and see what pops up. Yeah, there you go. Da 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 da. Hold on, let me pause the music. Kanose no doa wa loku sareta mama. I still love the sign for Majin Buu. It was anime exclusive. They didn't do it in the manga, but in my personal head continuity, it's part of it. That I'm gonna go on a Dragon Ball tangent if I keep talking about that. But yeah, it's a tournament, it's a conference, whatever you want to call it. And again, Kanto and Johto have it separate, which is another thing it has in common with the anime. Maybe the Adventures manga as well. So it would be the Indigo Tournament, or, you know, the Kanto League Indigo Tournament, or the Kanto League Indigo Conference, and then the Johto League Silver Conference / Tournament. And yeah, you need at least 8 batches. You can earn more than those. If we have this as a video game, it will probably be a great incentive for the player to do that. So there's that. Annually in Silver Town, which is located at the base of Mount Silver. Competing trainers are housed in a giant Pokemon Center in the Athletes Village. I love the sound of that. All trainers have a page set up online with a list of their Pokemon. It took place from Acclaim to Flame to Johto for the finish, but yeah. I think that was one thing that they did really well for the most part in the anime. Oh my gosh, I forgot that it was actually the time in which Gary and Ash finished their rivalry, and Gary was like, I'm gonna be a researcher like my grandfather now. John Dixon. What is his name in Japanese? Toshiya. Yeah, Toshiya. The winner with the Johto League Championship trophy. They're just like some random person that we never see again, I think, for a lot of these. But yeah. I wanted to see what it was like for the Adventures manga. But it doesn't say it on this page, because there's something similar to it. Anyway, the point is, there's no Elite Four anymore. They are now gym leaders. And again, I wanted you to take a look at the glass half full, in case you're thinking of this as maybe a demotion for them. It's more like it's a promotion for gym leaders, and implying that every gym leader is at the level of an Elite Four member. They're all elite trainers in their own way. Yeah, that's something I'm thinking would be a thing too. It would be elite rank. Either by... You would gain the elite rank as a trainer by either making it to a certain point in the tournament, in the conference of the region, and or winning all 18 batches. Or, well, becoming a gym leader. And of course, becoming a champion just grants you the champion rank and everything that comes before that, including elite rank. But because if it's only about qualifying for the tournament, then it would be a lot of elite rank trainers, I think. What I haven't decided yet is if I want to imply that, like the anime, it's hundreds of people participating in that tournament, which is, in my book, is too many people. Especially because in my book, I prefer to think that with the gym leaders, 1 out of 10 trainers that challenge them actually win and get the badge. They're supposed to be very elite, difficult trainers. And it's also this thing I want to do with gyms, that I want to emphasize that gym part of them more. And I want to make the gyms be this big hub for the type for the region. So if you want to be an elite bug catcher, or you want to be an elite bug type specialist in Johto, you want to go to Azalea Town and practice in Bugs' gym frequently. That's one of the things that the gym does. It's a gym. You train there. You train your skills. You improve. You get stronger. You remain. You and your Pokemon skills remain sharp. You know. You keep in shape, in battle shape, that sort of thing. It probably serves other functions as well. It's probably like a community spot for the town or city that it's in. But then on top of that, there's the gym challenge, which is when you face the gym leader, Bugsy, in this case, to maybe earn the high badge if you can beat him. So there you are. And yeah, that's how it is. And what was I gonna say? What was I gonna say? Hold on, let me drink some tea. I'm having my Ceylon Black right now, by the way. So this is also why it's a more rare thing to have trainers frequently earn badges. So it would mean that the tournament at the very most would be 64 people. And if it's not that many people, then I think just being in the tournament itself is enough to be an elite rank trainer. But that would mean that you only need 8 badges for that. So I don't know, I have this sort of like idea that I may end up making this a Pokemon fan game, either by using like a ROM or an RPG Maker fully original game. And this song, ooh, the Dragon's Den. Shoutouts to Claire in Blackthorn City, one of my favorite songs. It's so sick, man. But yeah, that's the idea. 18 gyms. The thing is, if winning the tournament makes you an elite trainer, how frequent is the tournament, right? I think that's something we don't make clear. I don't think it's an annual tournament. It's maybe a tournament that happens every 4 months, every 3 months maybe? Thrice a year. No, sorry, 4 times a year maybe. It's a season. It's a seasonal thing, you know? Yeah, it's like the Pokemon League season. Only that when you earn badges, they stay with you forever. It's not a seasonal thing. Yeah, that makes sense. Every region has the same seasons. And they match either the seasons of the year or they match the months of the year, the quarters of the year. So right now we will be in the final season of 2022 for the Johto League. Yeah. Or the winter season, right? I like the sound of that. I love the sound of that. And then it's the tournament. Yeah, now that I think about it, that makes better sense. That works a lot better. This probably wouldn't be a feature if it were in the video game itself, but it would always be implied that it's happening every 3 months. And it's a season of every 3 months or so. So yeah. Winning the tournament and or earning all 16 badges earns you the rank of elite trainer. Now, winning the tournament doesn't make you a champion. In order to be, well, you're a champion in the sense that you get a trophy and everything, you get this, you get that. But if you want to earn the champion rank, you must beat the current active champion. And the only way to be eligible for that is to win the tournament. Even if you get all 16 badges, you still gotta win the tournament. Or rather, you know what? I have a better idea. Winning the tournament and earning all 16 badges maybe could be the case. Maybe it's too much, but you can decide how you want to do it. It's 2 ways of doing it. You know, this even goes even more into like Pokemon Stadium. Let me open a page for Pokemon Stadium right here, actually. Give me a second here. Just because what we're doing right here is also partly like the Gym Leader Castle. Oh, whoops, this is the stage. This is not the game. This is the stage in Smash Brothers. Pokemon Stadium 2. Let's go for Pokemon Stadium 2 here. Because this is also kind of meant to be like the Gym Leader Castle experience. You can also make this be a boss rush and you face 18 Gym Leaders in a row and then the champion. And some other notable characters that we'll get to later. But what Pokemon Stadium 2 has as well is that apart from the Gym Leader Castle challenge in which you face a gauntlet of the gyms, though you also face all the trainers, so it's not exactly a boss rush. Well, only when you get to the Kanto Gym Leader Castle. But the Johto Gym Leaders is a different thing. Most of them have all their trainers in their gym as well. There's even a Team Rocket interruption here. Let me zoom in a little bit more. Oh, actually that doesn't work out. Hopefully you can still see it well enough on your screen. I'm sorry if it's like not the most optimal resolution, but actually, yeah, let me zoom in like this. Yeah, I think this is better. Yeah, like you have the Gym Leader Castle challenge, but then you also have a bunch of cups on the stadium. Hell, maybe I would imply that the little cups are happening as well, like a different kind of cup. But yeah, there would be something like that. That's what it is, and to qualify, you need at least 8 gym badges. But you need no more than 8. And yeah, it's 8 out of 18. I mean, it's less than half of the badges, but it still works out. It's also to preserve the original game essence. It works out. I like the number 8 as like the number for that. And again, it could be any gym. If you find that you lost to the fire-type gym, maybe you had a better chance against the water-type gym. Because you're a grass-type specialist, maybe. Which means that you may have challenged your own grass-type gym in which you're training a lot. And there you are. I think for the most part, though, if we make this be a game feature, most, if not all, of the trainers you encounter in the conference or the tournament are not going to be type specialists, because you see plenty of that already when you do the gym challenge. And yeah, it would be in front of a crowd probably, or it would be in an isolated arena that's being watched by a live crowd somewhere else. So we can still preserve that sort of like original experience to the games before Sword and Shield, in which when you face the champion, when you face the Elite Four, even the gym leaders for that matter, most of them, you didn't have an audience watching you, but I like to believe that it's still being broadcast to a lot of people. Like the champion room that Cynthia is in, for example. You go in, Cynthia accepts your challenge, but it also has cameras, you know, it's set up in a special way with cameras all over the place like a studio, and it's being broadcast when that happens, or recorded and then broadcast. I mean, yeah. I feel like this could be like, there's no set schedule for a champion challenge, except maybe when they're doing the tournaments every season, every 3 months. And they have a scheduled champion challenge, but there's also champion challenges that happen at other points before that. You know, it could be like an actual sports champion, like pro wrestling. By the way, all Elite Wrestling Full Gear was yesterday, and some major stuff happened. Wow. I've been kind of disconnected from pro wrestling lately, but I think I'm gonna have to watch that. I've heard that it was a 5-star pay-per-view. But anyway. Boxing champions, MMA champions, you know, the kinds of champions that defend their title. It's not like a Grand Slam champion on tennis or the World Championship of football, or soccer, if you will, in which the winning team doesn't have to defend their title after they win it necessarily. No, like the fighting sports tend to have the defending champion thing, right? So challengers are a thing. And, well, yeah, this is what we would have on that. And there would be a period in which the champion is required to defend their title, which would be probably 30 days. And they defend the title against challengers. If they get defeated, though, it is up to the challenger that's now become champion to decide whether they want to be defending champion or not. They earn the champion rank, which puts them at a global spot that very few are part of, but also they don't have to defend the title. That could still go. Let's say you are Ethan and you defeat Lance, you become champion. But then you decide, I don't want to defend the title, I want to do other things. And Lance continues to be the representative, because he's still a worthy champion. Like, he became champion in the first place because he's worth it. So there's that. So that's how it would be. So with all that in mind, this is why I want to make a video of this, so I can narrow it down better. Not take my time doing a long-winded explanation. I hope that wasn't too long-winded. Now let's actually create the teams, shall we? We begin with Faulkner, the flying type gym, located in Violet City. The Johto flying type gym. So usually when we go for gyms, they tend to say the Violet gym, for example, for Violet City. But because, here's another fun thing I'm gonna do. I'm also gonna be saying where the new gyms are located. I don't think I said it as much on the last stream, but I have an idea of where these new gyms can be located at. And I actually made a little graphic the other day to show this. Actually, it may be too big for the screen, but I'm gonna try anyway. I have a map. I did a little like experiment doing a map of all the gyms, but I don't know if I can show it to you properly here, but I'm still gonna try, because it's a very big map of the Johto region. And well, yeah, you can have a good look at it. It's okay if it just covers the screen like this. So, for example, one immediate thing is that Olivine City has 2 gyms. It has the Steel-type gym under Jasmine, as it is in the original games, but it also has the Electric-type gym. And the reason why is because Ampharos is there. There's Amphi, the Ampharos that lights the lighthouse. Now, the gym leader wouldn't have Amphi as their Pokemon. Amphi is not a Pokemon owned by anyone. It's like a well, technically a wild Pokemon that just decides to help people. And, you know, Jasmine and other people in the town, in the city, are friends with Amphi. And they rely on Amphi to light the lighthouse, but they also have the gym leader, the Electric-type gym leader has an Ampharos as their signature Pokemon as well. That is maybe like, I don't know, the best friend of Amphi or something, I don't know. Or a relative of Amphi, right? Something like that. That's a great implication. And yeah, there's a lot of places like that. Ooh, okay, this is the Kanto gym leader music though. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Well, okay, funny enough, we start with the Kanto gym leader music while we make the teams. But the reason why I wouldn't call them by the city name, we wouldn't be saying Violet Gym that much anymore because there's some cities, not that many though, I'm still gonna try to keep it to a minimum. There's some cities that have multiple gyms in them, so the best way to refer to them is the Johto Flying type gym. One thing that the anime implies a lot is that there's all sorts of gyms all over the region. Like you can have like maybe 3 water type gyms in a region, 2 psychic type gyms, 4 fire type gyms. Like there's all sorts of gyms all over the place, but in my book, for the rules of this alternate universe, if you will, of this other like Pokemon universe, in the great Pokemon multiverse, it's instead gonna be just 1 per type. And the league would have a team, would have a council of people overseeing this, selecting gym leaders whenever they need to select one. For example, in Sword and Shield, you have Opal step down from her position as gym leader, and Bed takes over the gym leader position, right? Bede, I still keep forgetting how you say the name of that person. Pierce steps down from the Dark type gym leader position, and Marnie has to undergo some tests from the Pokemon League to become the Dark type gym leader, right? That's how we do it. Yeah, funny enough, we are now in the Kanto music for this, but it still works out. It still works out. Because it's the entire soundtrack for the Johto games, which include the Kanto areas. Alright, let's finally build some teams. First, I'm gonna change the background here to be... Oh, they have Scarlet and Violet backgrounds already. That's really cool. But I'm gonna have it be just a general Pokemon League background, I think. Oh, actually, this kind of looks nice. The Pokemon World Championships 2022. Very nice. Let me see what we got here. This is nice. This is nice. Let's see this one. Oh, London. Hey. There's no London. No. We have instead Wyndon. No, this is not London. You can't have London Championships. This has got to be Wyndon. The Wyndon World Championship, you know? Just like we had the World Tournament in Driftville City. In Driftville City. In Black 2 and White 2. Pokemon Masters will do. And I'm gonna have like a league background. Because otherwise we would take too much time selecting a different background for everyone. Even though we could make it be like a different background for every type. Doesn't quite work out, I think. This is the one which is the Indigo League background. But it still looks like a general sort of like Pokemon League background. So I think it still works out. But in the future, I might do like different type backgrounds for all of them. Oh, actually, this looks really nice. Oh, Sinnoh Battle Factory. Okay. That makes sense too. Yeah, let me see other backgrounds quickly. Something else that may fit. What is this? Shallow Gym. Okay. Okay. Not what we're going for either. Dun, 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 dun. All right, yeah, let's go back to the league background. I think I would have more background choices if I went for the older trainer card maker in Pokecharms, by the way. Shoutouts to Pokecharms for doing a fantastic trainer card maker. And they have already updated it with Scarlet and Violet Pokemon. So they are they are real MVPs for that. Otherwise, you know what we would be doing? I was thinking of going for Canva and creating a sort of Poké Trainer card there. The only restriction I'm gonna have here is that for like the new characters, quote unquote, that are gym leaders, or any character that doesn't have a profile picture here, I'm just gonna have to have another placeholder, which will probably be Ash or who knows what. There's no way to just make this place be empty. You still gotta get a character of some sort. That's the part that kind of sucks, but yeah. Alright, but yeah, speaking of which, let's go and put Faulkner here. They still have a good selection. They pretty much have every gym leader up until Galar, I think. So they still got that represented well, I would say. So here is Faulkner. So yeah. And there's nothing else I'm gonna put. No icons here. This doesn't come into play. Alright, let's get to the meat of this now. The actual Pokemon. So, Faulkner's signature Pokemon is Pidgeot. I think I'm gonna leave it as regular Pidgeot and not Mega Pidgeot. There's a lot of icons here. I just noticed this feature recently. And, well, I don't think I need to do anything here. Mega evolutions might need that, but yeah. And then there's the Terra type, Terastallizing, but that's another story entirely. I'm not gonna do Terastallizing for now. Well, firstly because Faulkner's party is not gonna need that. But yeah. So, important things I need to mention that I didn't mention before. What we want to do for this party, for the most part, is to make it as focused on Pokemon that were introduced in Generation 2 as possible. So we're mostly gonna go for those. We're gonna try to avoid Pokemon such as Fearow, such as Farfetch'd, and we focus on Pokemon such as Noctowl and Xatu, for example. The reason why is because there's also a flying type gym in Kanto, and that's the one that focuses on that. Last week we did that, just a reminder of what that team was like, I think. I still have the picture, but, well, today we're just gonna focus on these. If I recall correctly, the team consisted of Pidgeot, Fearow, Farfetch'd, Aerodactyl, Gyarados, and Dragonite. All flying types. Now, Pidgeot is one Pokemon that gets shared. Sometimes Pokemon are gonna get shared between regions, that's inevitable, but for the most part, we're gonna try to avoid that. Now, Faulkner's Pokemon being Pidgeot is something that comes from the games, even though it's a Pokemon that was introduced in Gen 1. And I'm not gonna change that. I think it's okay to keep that as Faulkner's signature Pokemon. I like to give a signature Pokemon to everyone. I think that's a great thing to have. It's something they kind of started doing when they did the World Tournament for all the gym leaders, which again is a big inspiration behind what I'm doing right now. And Pokemon Master CX also kind of does that for a lot of the characters because it's only like one Pokemon per character. Sometimes they get another one when they get another outfit or another version of the character. But for the most part, it's supposed to be like one signature Pokemon per character, basically. And yeah, the signature Pokemon for the Kanto flying type gym leader is Fearow. So it works out, There's no shortage of flying types in Kanto either. A similar thing will happen with the normal gym when we get to Whitney. So let's continue here. We have Noctowl, next is Xatu, as I mentioned. Xatu, which is probably also on Will, the Psychic type gym leader's team. Next is gonna be Mantine. This is all from an Excel document I already did a while ago. I showed a little bit of that document last week, and if it's relevant, I'll probably show it again on the stream. But I'd rather just focus on keeping to the trainer cards here. Next is gonna be Honchkrow, which I'm thinking of changing to a Murkrow. But for now, I'm gonna keep it as Honchkrow, because Honchkrow is an evolution of a Pokemon that was introduced in Gen 2, but this evolution was introduced in Generation 4. Murkrow is the one that's only on Gen 2, but it's not a fully evolved Pokemon. Sometimes it's okay to go for those, like I think I had a Magneton on Lieutenant Surge's team instead of a Magnezone. But you know, your mileage may vary. It's also about like the power of the Pokemon itself. But alright, Last but not least is gonna be Togekiss. So a similar situation. I could go for Togetic instead of Togekiss. And you know what? I think I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna go for Togetic instead of Togekiss. Hold on. This also depends on the dark type and the fairy type parties here. Let me see Karen. Karen has... Yeah, I'm gonna give Faulkner a Murkrow so that Karen can have a Honchkrow. But I think Faulkner is gonna have a Togekiss. Murkrow! Still remember the anime cry of like Murkrow. Murkrow! You know, I don't know if I become sort of jaded about it, but now when I look back at the anime and I see all these like cries that are like human sounding, it just sounds like a very disturbing thing to me. That Pokemon all sound very human-like. Pikachu still works out, there's still a nice cuteness to it, but I don't know. Well, Pokemon... Funny thing about Pokemon is that a lot of them are based on animals, but not all of them. So, they don't all have to necessarily sound like a sort of animal or sort of creature. I'm very fond of the Johto and Kanto original Pokemon cries from the 8-bit games before they remade them. Some of them were still kind of preserved in that, but I like that they sounded kind of like electronic because of that 8-bit nature. Well, still kind of sounding like animal-like. I personally think that the Pokemon world works better if you have actual animals in it that can be caught in a Pokeball, right? I can see why it's a problem to have. That's why they stopped doing that in the anime, because the anime at first had horses and like fish and stuff like that. But yeah, I think it works better because when you look at Pokédex entries for Pokemon, they refer to some Pokemon as like the snake Pokemon, the owl Pokemon, or something like that. And it makes sense that they base the description of Pokemon's habits and life on already pre-existing things. For example, you have Vanillite, Vanillux. You talk about ice cream when you talk about them. So it makes sense that when you talk about Noctowl, you talk about owls, right? It just kind of becomes difficult to balance the ecosystem, how many Pokemon are there in relation to animals, and how do people tell which one is a Pokemon and which one isn't? Do they just throw a Pokeball at it and see if it can be caught or not? But yeah, I think it works better personally still to have it be like that. And I think I am gonna give a Togetic to Faulkner here. Togekiss is gonna be reserved for the Fairy type gym leader here in Johto. So this is gonna be Faulkner's final party for now. So yeah, let's download this bad boy. I'm saving it right now on my PC. We're gonna take a look at all of them after we finish with them. So don't worry about that. We'll be taking a look at them again. I'll be saying like all the names out loud. You know, it would be good to maybe divide the video by like timestamps. Oh, this is another thing that YouTube just has over Twitch so much. The timestamps. And this is one of the benefits of being a video platform first before being a live streaming platform. But I mean, even as a live streaming platform, you can do that. Twitch does this to an extent when you change categories. And I think you can still put chapters after that, but it's not quite the same. You know, when let's say you have a 3-hour stream, your first hour is just chatting, the remaining 2 hours are playing Paladins, for example. It's gonna divide that into 2 chapters. The first chapter is gonna say just chatting, the second chapter is gonna say that it's based on Paladins, right? Another example, you have an 8-hour stream, the first 4 hours are Fortnite, the second 4 hours are Apex Legends. It's gonna be a chapter of 4 hours first of Fortnite, and then the second chapter of the remaining 4 hours is Apex Legends. Something like that, right? Alright, let's move on to the next gym leader, Bugsy. So sometimes we may be looking at their Bulbapedia pages, but not all the time. But I have them open here to refer back to when the time is right. Okay, so... Dun 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 dun. Yeah, as I said, we're back to the Kanto music. But because he was also there in the Johto games. Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Gold, Silver, Crystal. Alright, the signature Pokemon of Bugsy is gonna be Scizor, which also becomes Mega Scizor. So let's put it as a Mega one. I could give it the Mega Stone icon. Yeah, let's give it the Mega Stone icon. I mean, it's kind of unnecessary because it already shows as a Mega Pokemon, but may as well be thorough here. I think Faulkner's Pidgeot is not Mega though. Or at least not for now. Then we have Shuckle. Gotta give it Shuckle. Bog Rock type. Let's see. Heracross is a must. Fun fact about Heracross. Heracross has been in every Pokédex since its introduction. In Generation 2. Every Pokédex, although, you know, this is based on the new Unova Pokédex from Black 2 and White 2. Because initially, you have only new Generation 5 Pokemon in Black and White. Yeah, I think I saw this Wikipedia, I was gonna say, that's Star Wars, my bad. Let me see if I can find it. I wanna find that Bulbapedia article. Which tells you the ones that have been in every regional Pokédex. And it's a fascinating read because, well, they can only be Generation 1 Pokemon because they need to be in the first generation as well for every one of them. But they also have other categories where they show the ones that have appeared in every Pokédex since their first appearance. But the only Pokemon that have been in every regional Pokédex to date, including Kanto, Johto, Hoenn, Sinnoh, New Unova, Kalos, Alola, Galar, Hisui, and Paldea, not including the Ranger games and stuff like that, are only these 4. And that was shocking to me because I would have thought that Pikachu would be here. Maybe not Pichu and Raichu, but at least Pikachu. But no, it's only Psyduck, Golduck, Magnemite, and Magneton. So I guess this is also a minor spoiler for the Paldea Pokédex, but yeah. And I learned that Psyduck is Junichi Masuda's favorite Pokemon. Psyduck's inclusion in every regional Pokédex may be due to it being game director Junichi Masuda's favorite Pokemon. That's cool though, that's cool, that's funny, that's funny. But Heracross, since its introduction, has been in every Pokédex. Oh yeah, they show you in every one of them. Oh, it wasn't there in Sun and Moon, but it is there in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. But yeah, Heracross is maybe one of my favorite Pokemon. I just love it. I love that Beetle basis at bug fighting Pokemon. Even though it has a quadruple weakness to flying, it's still a cool thing. You know, Boss Swole and Pheromosa I also love because of that. But yeah. I love Beetle's Kabutomushis a lot because of Kamen Rider. Kamen Rider Stronger, Kuga, Kabuto. I think are the ones that are based on that. Origin, the Japanese rhinoceros beetle, known for their incredible strength and use in insect fighting, which explains its fighting type. Yeah, in Animal Crossing, when you catch these sorts of beetles, you often see them in the museum. When you donate them to the museum, they're often fighting each other on a tree. You often see that. And these are just some beautiful specimens, man. I am like, what's his name? The I forget the name of the New Horizons bog expert. That is like, he has his own like spiky bug catching net. He's kind of like this emo sort of punk character. But you know, he's so fascinated with bugs. I feel this way when I see something like the Horned Dynastid or the well, like this, a Kabutomushi. Kabutomushi. So yeah, back to what we were doing. So that's Heracross. Fortress is next. You find Fortress a lot in competitive parties as a support Pokemon for Rapid Spin, for Stealth Rock. Never much to be a damaging Pokemon though. You mostly use it for utility like that. I am gonna go for Yanmega. This is not a Generation 2 Pokemon, but it's based on Yanma, a Generation 2 Pokemon. And before I forget, let's change Boxy to be... to be the one here. Oh, there's only this one picture. Okay. Looks a little bit weird because it's a full body shot. And then Faulkner wasn't a full body shot. Nah, just a little pet peeve maybe. And last but not least, we have Ledian. So, once again, we are sticking to the Johto, to the Generation 2 Bug-type Pokemon, and there's no shortage of them, as you can see. Even if we didn't go for Yanmega, we would go for Yanma, so it's all Generation 2 introduced Pokemon. So no Butterfree, Beedrill, nothing like that. They are in the Bug-type Gym Leader of Kanto. Which, by the way, is probably located inside Viridian Forest, the Bug-type Gym. That's a great idea that I think I like about this whole thing. So this is gonna be Buxy, the Bug-type Gym Leader. In alphabetical order, this is the first gym that comes up because it's Bug. Starts with B. And when we look at them later, we're gonna see them in alphabetical order. Probably. Because that's the way I sort them on my computer. Because another thing about this dream game scenario is that there's no order that you have to challenge them in. You can do it in any order. It's a very open world game. And the levels of the Pokemon, the party of the gym leader, and even the gym trainers there scales to your current batch count. It's based on your batch count. So there's a team for 0 batches all the way to a team for 18 plus batches. And probably one for after you become champion, if there's such a thing. Yeah, something like that. Something like that. I also think of this as like a boss rush experience or boss rush-like experience, as I said. Like the Gym Leader Castle, or like one of my favorite things in the world, Mount Battle in Pokemon Colosseum and Pokemon XD, Gale of Darkness. They've never done it since. Though they have done a lot of things that are like that. The Battle Tree doesn't have a limit. The Battle Subway doesn't have a limit. But so you can go all the way up to 100 trainers or so, but yeah. And what's fun about Mount Battle in Colosseum and XD is that you have one version that's not competitive based. So the levels of the Pokemon start at level 15. They don't have full parties in the first areas, you know, the first dozen trainers or so. When you get to the later areas though, you start having parties of level 60. And they're all 6 Pokemon parties and stuff like that. But it's a lot of fun. They also have single battle versions and double battle versions. The double battle versions are quite challenging, but double battles are definitely more challenging than single battles, from what I've seen. This is the reason why the video game championships for Pokemon tend to be based on double battles. It's a fascinating thing, man. All the different formats that you have for Pokemon are a lot of fun. I wish we had something like this for other games, you know? Like Smash Brothers, like, you have the limitations of maybe going for only Battlefield or Final Destination type arenas, but I wish we had more game modes just having items and like the regular arenas, stage hazards, maybe more than 2 people. I get that there's a lot of random elements to it, which takes away from the whole, you know, may the best person win, but I hope, you know, I wish we had that. I wish we had that. You should have that range of options if the game allows you to have them. Yu-Gi-Oh! As well, for that matter. I would like it to be the same thing, you know? Anyway, now Whitney. We're gonna do Whitney. Before we do the Pokemon, let me change this. Let's see, Whitney. Yes, Whitney. She loves to cry, but don't be mistaken, she's an elite gym leader and she will accept her losses even if she spends like a couple of minutes just crying and calling you a meanie for beating her. She's a unique type of character. but I love it. Normal type specialist. I get the feeling that if she were introduced after the fairy type had been introduced, she would have become a fairy type gym leader. But yeah, her signature Pokemon is Miltank. The signature mighty tanky roll out OP Miltank. And then oh, funny. You know what we're listening to right now? I think we're listening to the Mount Moon Square music right now. I was about to mention Clefable. Clefairy and Clefable. They have now become pure fairy types, so they are no longer a part of her team. The normal type gym leader also doesn't have them in there. But she may still have Wigglytuff, because it's still normal fairy type, but I'm not gonna give it to her in her party because there's plenty of normal type Pokemon introduced in Generation 2. So it's all gonna be those. So Ambipom is the next one. Actually, let me take a look at the Sinnoh expert for normal type. The Sinnoh gym leader for the normal type. Yeah, I'm gonna give her Ipom instead of Ambipom. She's not gonna have Ambipom. She's gonna have just regular Ipom. Because Ambipom goes to the Sinnoh normal type gym leader. Now, here's where it gets interesting. Ursaring is the maximum evolution stage for Teddiursa. But the Hisui region also introduces Ursaluna. And I'm gonna give her Ursaluna from the Hisui region. See, I like to think that this is a sort of sequel to every single Pokemon game in a way, in which a lot of things have happened to make a lot of Pokemon accessible in every region or in a bunch of regions for a lot of trainers. These are minor spoilers for something that happens to Scarlet and Violet, but Scarlet and Violet has a plot point. Well, we're gonna address this later with some of the other teams, but you may have seen this already. So again, I hope it's not a spoiler, and if it is a spoiler, stop watching now. Regarding the past Pokemon, so Ursaluna is a Pokemon of the past. At least in Legends Arceus, because Legends Arceus is in the past. Still not as distant as the past of some of the Pokemon that show up in Scarlet and Violet. But they have this thing where there's like future and past forms apparently of some Pokemon, but they are also being treated as their own separate Pokemon. So they're implying that some people have been doing some research and some experiments to make sure that Pokemon of the past and of the future are able to live together and be part of the present day in some way. Past Pokemon are able to be brought back to be able to live in the present day, and future Pokemon are being brought to the present, which probably changes the timeline or just makes it so that they're available earlier or something like that, right? So this is mostly in relation to the paradox Pokemon that they have. So, well, I hope this is not a spoiler because this is something that was in the trailers. Donphan has two forms, and Donphan was introduced in Gen 2, so it's gonna come into play later probably. There's the past form, which I think is called Giant Tusk. Yeah, also these Pokemon have like very unique names, like doesn't sound like the regular Pokemon names. And there's also Iron Threads, I think, for the future Donphan. And they're all treated as their own separate Pokemon. But I think this also opens the floodgates to bring back the Hisui region Pokemon from Legends Arceus and stuff like that. You can tell that Scarlet and Violet in a way continues a lot of things that they started doing for Legends Arceus, which I like. You know, Arceus is plotting something in the background. So, Ursaluna becomes a thing that's possible. And also, Gigantamaxing, Dynamaxing, Mega Evolution, Terastallizing is something that's global instead of being isolated to just one region. So, Dynamaxing is mostly present in Galar, but it's still used here and there for some Pokemon in outside of the Galar region, as we may or may not see later in some teams. So next is Furret. The regional normal type. You know, you have Rattata, Raticate, Sentret, Furret, Sexagoon, Linoon, Bibarel, Bidoof, Watchhog, stuff like that. Okay, so wait a minute. So Dunsparce. Okay, here's one of the other Pokédex spoilers. Dunsparce gets an evolution now, which is called the Dunsparce. Completely remains a normal type. Now, give me a second here. I am gonna switch away to avoid more spoilers because I'm gonna take a look at one of the normal type specialists of the Paldea region. And I want to see what party they have available. Oh, there's something very interesting about the normal type specialist, but I will say no more. There's something very unique that they did only for this game, which I kind of like. But it's gonna be trouble when I finally make the party for the Ultimate League that we're doing right now. But yeah, they do have the Dunsparce on their team. Not sure if it's their signature Pokemon. Well, it's not their signature Pokemon. Not really. But I'm gonna keep it to be Dunsparce for Whitney for now. Just regular Dunsparce, as it is. Alright, so last but not least, we also have... So I was gonna go for Stantler, but there's also Weirdeer. We may give her a Weirdeer instead of a Stantler on her team. Let me take a look at Sinnoh again, because I might have given it to the normal type gym leader in Sinnoh, who is, I think, a new character. No. I'm gonna give her Weirdeer, what the hell. So she has both Ursaluna and Weirdeer. Let me just confirm the type of Pokemon that Weirdeer is. If it's... Oh yeah, it's normal Psychic. Kind of similar to Girafarig now, in that sense. So Weirdeer. What the hell? Let's give her both Ursaluna and Weirdeer. So that's the normal type gym. Wow, we're going at a snail's pace, I think. But that's because I take my time explaining the reasons why we do this, why we do that, and also analyzing other potential choices for the team. Like again, we're doing with Weirdeer or Stantler, Dunsparce or the Dunsparce, etc. Alright, let's go now for Morty. Yes, this one is gonna be a difficult one because there's not that good of a ghost type representation for Generation 2 ghost types, similar to the problems with Generation 1 ghost types. But I will try nonetheless to have something for Morty right here. So Morty. Well, here's where a complication presents itself. The signature Pokemon, I try not to repeat the signature Pokemon for the most part, but... Well, let me change the picture for Morty. I want to have the other one. I think this one works better. Yeah. Like when he's doing that thing with where he's grabbing like his neck or the neck of his scarf. It's kind of like his signature pose. But yeah, signature Pokemon. The thing is, Gengar is his signature Pokemon most of the time, but it's one that was introduced in Gen 1, so I prefer to make it Agatha's signature Pokemon. So what do we do here? I either make it be... Well, let's... let me see. Yeah, I'm gonna remain I'm gonna make it be Gengar still as his signature, which is not gonna be a Mega Gengar, unlike Agatha's Gengar, unlike what we did with Agatha's Gengar. That's gonna be his signature, because the signature always needs to be in the top left here. Just to clarify that. Maybe I should have a special icon to say that it's the signature. Like, I don't know what it could be. I guess I could make it be this, but... the thing is, some of these icons mean other things, and I don't want to use them to prevent that confusion. Puppet! Glad you could make it here in YouTube. Great to see ya. How's it going? How's your Sunday/Monday going? O genki desu ka, Popu-san? Oh yeah, you know what I've been noticing? I've been noticing that YouTube handles are even becoming more of a thing now. Comment sections also have the ad on there. So I think you need to go out of your way to opt out of that, so it doesn't show the ad in there. So again, YouTube continues to compete against social media such as Twitter, TikTok. It's not just Twitch that they're looking to dethrone. Well, you may argue Twitch is not even on a throne, but that's not a story. Okay, so this is where things get different. Miss Magius. First, we're gonna have Misdreavus. We give him a non-fully evolved Pokemon in Misdreavus, but he's also gonna have the fully evolved Miss Magius, which is something I'm not a fan of, but it's kind of necessary. Miss Magius is the signature Pokemon of Fantina, or Fantina, however you want to say it, in the Sinnoh region, because it's also introduced in Gen 4, but it's also the evolution of a Pokemon introduced in Gen 2, which is Misdreavus. But he should also have Misdreavus for this reason, so he gets an evolutionary line here, similar to how Ghastly, Haunter, and Gengar are in Agatha's team for Kanto. Ooh, amazing, because I was drinking and watching the World Cup, so I'm a little bit tipsy. Aha! So, do you have an interest in football, in soccer, puppets? Well, I hope you have been having a good time with it. How is it going? Are you after any team? I have no idea who is competing in the... Hold on, let's take a look at it, shall we? Let's see what it says here. Yeah, 2022 FIFA World Cup. Who are the teams on the... And you know, something I've always liked is the Swiss format that they use for this. Could be the basis for the Pokemon League, maybe. Only without the Swiss format, it's just single elimination. Keeps it more simple, especially because it's every 3 months or so, as we proposed. Who are the qualifying teams? So... team base camps. No, I just want to see the list of the teams. Okay, pot, as they call it. Okay. This is kind of confusing. I don't want to see the qualification. I want to see who actually qualified. Okay, so I'm guessing these are the teams. Ireland and Japan, your home countries? Okay, because not every country makes it, so I didn't know if Ireland and Japan made it. So we have Australia, Iran, Japan, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, South Korea, and by the way, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing Qatar. Not sure how you say that. Cameroon, Ghana, Morocco, Senegal, Tunisia, Canada, Costa Rica, Mexico, United States, Argentina, Brazil, Ecuador, Uruguay, Belgium, Croatia, Denmark, England, France, Germany, Netherlands, Poland, Portugal, Serbia, Spain, Switzerland, Wales. I didn't see Ireland listed there. So maybe, yeah, this is the thing that's difficult to read. Like, which one is the list of the teams that are actually in it? Is Ireland part of it? Well, I see Japan here, but I don't see Ireland. Regardless, I hope your teams are making it. The teams you're supporting. Hey, I can just support whatever team you want me to support because I'm not invested in this at all. I'm not invested in football at all. So there's a team base camps, which is interesting. You know, I love the whole concept of like a whole, just like the Olympics, the Olympic Village and everything. The problem is that it tends to come at a cost in the local infrastructure or local like housing and everything. If it has to come at the cost of that, it's not good. Qatar is gone now because they lost to Ecuador. Okay. I didn't see Ireland listed though. I see Wales, I see England. Well, you know, Ireland is not part of the UK, but it is in the British Isles. And Northern Ireland is part of the UK. So I always tend to group them together. I know it's kind of a different topic. But yeah. It's just the general area, you know? Just like Portugal and Spain tend to be grouped together, not just because of the languages, but because of the Iberian Peninsula. The Iberian Peninsula has been in my mind a lot because of the recent Pokemon games as well. Scarlet and Violet Paldea being based on the Iberian Peninsula. Ireland doesn't seem to be here, but whatever. Let's get back to the Pokemon League. Now this is the sport I'm into. Pokemon competitive. Okay, so now we're gonna do something different. What was the name of this? So, okay, this is gonna be another spoiler for the Paldea Pokédex, okay? Let me switch away just so I can look at the name. There is a Paradox Pokemon based on Misdreavus. And I need to take a look at that. Let's see. I just gotta find it. Okay, the name of this Pokemon is Fluttermane. Yes. I want to include this Pokemon here. So this brings up the next topic I wanted to talk about when it comes to these Pokemon. Fluttermane is based on Misdreavus and is a ghost fairy type. I want to give it to Morty. Here's the problem potentially with the Paradox Pokemon. They, from what I've seen, they are kind of treated like legendary Pokemon because they're supposed to be extremely uncommon and sort of even like the cause of natural disasters. So in that sense, it may not be a good idea to grant it to their teams because I have a rule for all the gym leaders that they don't have any legendary Pokemon. Not for this, at least. There's maybe a special challenge mode where they have a legendary Pokemon if it applies to them. You know, Zapdos on Lieutenant Surge or Faulkner or something, but yeah. Like Senecom and Qatar are not ready for World Cup. Yeah, sometimes it happens that the home team... I mean, sometimes the home team doesn't even qualify, I think. I think they still have to do... even though they're the team of the home country, I think they still have to qualify. Like, there's no special treatment just because you're the home team. But yeah, it's happened a lot. Like, the home team doesn't even win the World Cup. It's a rare thing. It's because Ireland don't have a good team, and it hurts me to say that. Oh well, so they didn't qualify for like the top of the World Cup. But yeah, it's not always like that. I'm sorry that's the case for you, puppets. But hey, you do have representation of two countries. So Japan is there, which is no surprise because I think I am aware to an extent of what the best teams in the world are when it comes to football. Because it's a big thing in their culture. England, Argentina, Spain, Mexico, Japan. I think there's another... Oh, Brazil. Yeah, Brazil. South America tends to have a lot of like that. And I think Mexico also has a huge football culture. It's not in South America really, but, you know, part of Latin America also. And yeah, I think Scotland, but Scotland didn't qualify this time. I think it's just really England. It's not all the British Isles that have a huge football culture. I think Germany may also be there. And those are the ones I can think about right now that are like huge in football. And this is the case with other sports as well. For example, hockey is Canada City. Wales as well? Okay. That explains also why Wales is there in the World Cup. So, you know, it's not a rarity to find them in the World Cup that happens every 4 years or so, right? They're almost guaranteed to be there in every World Cup. those countries. But yeah, I think there's some Middle Eastern countries that are there like that. Iran, I think. Well, it's not Middle Eastern, is it? It's a little bit close to it, but not necessarily. Well, correct me if I'm wrong. But Iran, I think, has been there a lot, too. Yeah. But yeah, hockey, for example, Canada is big on it. And to be honest, I don't know of any other countries that are there, too. But baseball, for example, is really a United States thing more than anything. Well, there's also American football, right? Hand egg, if you want to call it that. The other football, as I prefer to call it. But yeah. What other sport? I can't think of any others that have like a multi-country situation. I'm going to lurk and drink some more because I want to bet with my dad because Ecuador won. Nice. Don't overdo it, Pop. Don't overdo it. As long as you don't get a bad hangover or something. If you get a bad hangover, I recommend pu'er tea. They really help. Tomorrow, Iron has a match with England. So there you go. There you go. I would never dream of making any bets there because I don't know a lot about football. So it's a different story with me. Okay, so speaking of regional variants and of the past and everything, here's where it again gets interesting because we're gonna use the Hisuian Typhlosion to ensure that Morty is able to have a different Pokemon of every party, as closely linked to Johto as possible. Typhlosion is a Pokemon that was introduced in Generation 2, and those associated with Johto a lot because it's the maximum evolution stage of a Johto starter, in Cyndaquil. But this is the Hisuian variant. And it's a fire ghost type, so it works out. And here, I'm also going to give him a Lowland Marowak. So it's also a party like this. A Lowland Marowak is also present in Dagatha's party. So this one is subject to change. Oh, here's another thing, which is another spoiler for the Paldea Pokédex. Last week, we built Agatha's team before Scarlet and Violet were out. And we actually are gonna give her a change to her team, which is to give her a Nihilate. A Nihilate. So, another spoiler. A Nihilate is the evolution now of Primeape when you use Rage Fist 20 times. So, Primeape is not a fully evolved Pokemon anymore. And the thing about Annihilate is that it's a fighting ghost type. So, this goes into Agatha's party. And it may go into other fighting type specialist parties if they need it. Maybe Bruno could use an Annihilate. Kono Yosaru. Kono Yosaru. Okorisaru. Oh, Okorisaru is like Pride Ape, I think, is the literal translation. Manki Okorisaru Kono Yosaru. Kono Yosaru. I like to see the Japanese things for this too. But yeah, we may still continue to talk about them on the Japanese learning streams. There's gonna be a lot of overlap, I guess, between the Pokemon streams and the Japanese streams in the coming weeks. Alright, so that's the Ghost type party with Morty. Oh, yeah. It's one of those that really goes out there. To really go out of the Pokemon you can get in Johto, maybe. So that's how we do it. That's how we're gonna do it for this. Alright, let's continue moving on. It's not gonna be as complicated with Chuck, however. Now we're gonna go for the fighting type gym leader, Chuck. Chuck is mostly very straightforward. We do try to stick to the Generation 2 Pokemon though. But there will be a lot of overlap with Kanto, with Generation 1 introduced Pokemon. Starting with his signature, which is Poliwrath. Ooh, this is, I think, Victory Road. So that's a great theme. Poliwrath, water fighting type. I want to have another run of a Kanto or Johto game with a Poliwrath on the party. Or well, it doesn't even need to be that, actually. I'm kind of curious, where can you find Poliwrath? what games have like Poliwag as an option? So you end up evolving in Poliwrath. Well, red, blue, green, yellow, gold, silver, crystal. Fire and leaf green have it. Ruby, sapphire, and emerald do not have it, but diamond, pearl, platinum, hard gold, soul, silver, yeah, they have it. Black and white even have it. Although this is probably after you unlock the national Pokédex. Black 2 and White 2 have it. X and Y. Sun and Moon. Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon. In very specific locations though. Well, let's go Pikachu Eevee. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. Okay. We don't know if they're in Scarlet and Violet yet. Or at least we can't see it from here, which is good because I don't want to give even more Pokédex spoilers for Paldea. For Scarlet and Violet. Then he gets a Hitmontop. Which is something that Bruno, the fighting type gym leader, in Kanto also gets. But that's also because we gave him the entire Hitmon line, which is Hitmonchan, Lee, and Top. But in this case, Chuck only has Hitmontop. Hitmontop! And he's also gonna get this interesting boy here. This interesting bad boy, I mean. In Sneasler. So another Hisuian Pokemon which evolves from Hisuian Sneasel. Fighting, poison type. Or well, I think it's the other way around. Poison fighting type. Oh yeah, this is the Pokemon League song now. So this is one that may be subject to change. Depending on availability of Pokemon or whatever. He also gets Heracross, which is not gonna be Mega Heracross. Just Heracross. So it's a Pokemon he has in common with Boxy's party, but overlap like that happens a lot of the time. These common factors happen a lot. So now he also got a Primeape. As we saw, there's also Annihilate. But come to think of it, I may give him a different one now. So this is where we check for a different party. Let me see what Bruno got for his party. Did he get a Primeape? He did get a Primeape, but I might end up replacing that Primeape for an Annihilate. Or maybe I won't actually. I think I'm gonna have Bruno keep a Primeape, and Agatha will be the one that has an Annihilate. But then what does this mean for Chuck? Does he get a Primeape and or Annihilate? What do we do there, right? Ultimately, Annihilate is still a primary fighting type, and the fighting type expert in Scarlet and Violet, I think has an Annihilate as their signature Pokemon. Oh, how about Scrafty because it's fighting dark, which is to counter psychic type? So here's the thing we're also doing here that, I'm sorry if I'm not saying your name right, by the way, Datran. We are trying to stick to Pokemon introduced in Generation 2, or that can be found in the Johto Pokédex. So that's why I'm being super strict, not going for something like Scrafty, because otherwise all the fighting type experts in every region are gonna have kind of the same Pokemon. If we go for like the best fighting type competitively, like Scrafty right there, right? That's a good choice. So it's not necessarily about the best competitively. It's a sort of representation of the fighting types of Johto and or Generation 2, which is something they kind of did in the World Tournament in Black 2 and White 2. There was those differences. There were those differences between the parties of the gym leaders. So that Chuck's party wouldn't be the same as like Maylene's party. Janine's party wouldn't be the same as Roxy's party, for example. Something like that, right? So Scrafty would be reserved more for Marshall from Unova, or some others that may have it. Grimsley, I think, may also have a Scrafty. So this is why I'm taking a look at his teams. Yeah, let's take a look at his teams now. Chuck. Let's see what you've got. I think we may... Yeah, I think... I don't know if I want to give him an Annihilate or a Primeape. I think I want to give him an Annihilate, actually. Because the reason... So, the evolutionary requirements to go from Primeape to Annihilate is that you have to use a fighting type move 20 times. Well, I think Rage Fist is fighting type. And it's more fighting type based, right? Agatha is still gonna have one because she needs more. She needs more diversity because she gets like 3 Gengar. She gets the entire Gengar evolutionary line. Like, this is again what I'm talking about. That like, Agatha had like Ghastly Hunter Gengar, 2-3 different Gengar, Alola Marowak, trying to avoid going for Pokemon from other regions. But she may have an alternate party with more like ghost-type Pokemon from other regions. But yeah. Yeah, for example, they gave him in the Tag Expert World Leaders Tournament Conkeldurr, because it's a more global look. But if you look at the Johto Leaders Tournament, they stick only to Pokemon that you can find in Johto. No Scrafty. No Conkeldurr, for example. So there's that. Let's take a look at his Pokemon Stadium teams. Pokemon Stadium, they do some things differently, like Sandslash and Granbull, to make it be more of a competitive challenge. So that's where things really, really differ. But they continue having Poliwrath as a signature Pokemon. Signature Pokemon has been a concept for a while now. It's just something they don't always stick to. They didn't always stick to up until it started being more of a thing in Generation 5 in the World Tournament. But yeah. I think I'm gonna give him an Annihilate then. I'm gonna give him an Annihilate. I hope I don't regret that decision. It's a way of doing it. It's a way of doing it. It's the focus on fighting type like that. And last but not least, he is gonna get a Machamp. Machamp. I switch pronunciations of that a lot. I just was so used to saying Machop, Machoke, Machamp, until I started listening to people saying it in English, and I realized they started saying it Machop, Machoke, Machamp, which I guess I sort of started adopting, even though I was used to the other one. Some things I just like pronounce differently all the time, and some things I say a different pronunciation every time, especially with Pokemon names. It's a weird thing I have, I guess. But alright, this is gonna be Chalk's party. That Annihilate may potentially be a Primeape instead, and maybe Sneasler is subject to change. But for now, this is gonna be his party. You know what I want to do with these parties as well? I keep talking about that dream game that, if it happens, it would take a long time for that to happen, because, you know, developing a Pokemon fan game is, you know, it's not you're not exactly being paid to do that. You don't have a team of people like an official game. It's something that would take a while, especially for somebody like me that's never done one of those things. So, moving on with Jasmine for the Steel type. They would take a while, but these teams, I actually want to do them in Pokemon Showdown. But they're not always going to be viable, because some of these Pokemon are not even going to be available in Pokemon Showdown. And I want to do them, and I want to start... Well, there's no way to have them with an AI, but I think what I want to do is to challenge those gyms on my own. And I just play both sides. I just play the gym leader side, and I play my own quote-unquote challenger side, and I do this great gauntlet of gym leaders and stuff. And if I can figure out a way of doing it, you know what I would love to do? I would love to have some Pokemon Showdown streams in which you get to challenge me as the Gym Leader Castle. I have this account called the Gym Leader Castle, actually, in Pokemon Showdown. In which I was sort of starting to do it, but I never went as far as this. And I'm hoping to go further this time, now that I'm actually creating the teams and all that, right? And yeah, just do the gym leaders and make it a challenge you can have. So you would come forward in the stream, and you would be able to challenge me. I would have like a weekly Pokemon Showdown gym leader stream or something. I think it could be a fun idea. And I would always be the Gym Leader Castle, the interpreter, in lack of an AI. I call myself an interpreter because I heard some game masters for tabletop games call themselves this way. Jason Carl called himself an interpreter of the world of darkness. He is this vessel that becomes like the representative of the NPCs and the things you encounter in the world. And in many ways you are that when you are a dungeon master, when you're a storyteller, a game master. What is this? This is like a special mix or something. I think there's something to do with one of the game modes. I'm gonna skip this song. Sorry, that's just too noisy to have that voice in the background. Oh, nice. This is like Dark Cave, and I think some of the other caves in the games. Wow, this mix makes it sound so good. I'm gonna turn up the volume a little bit. Man, this is great. The 8-bit mixes in really well with the new version. But yeah, anyway, that's how it would be. You would challenge me. You can challenge with any team you like. It can be a regional team, or it can be a region of it can be a team of another region, among all regions. You can do whatever you want for the challenge, and you would get to choose which team leader you want to do it against. There will probably be a limitation of which formats we can use for this. I would love to be able to do this in like both double and single battles, but there will probably be some double battle formats that would restrict the teams. We would probably have to go for National Dex OU or something like that, or Ubers, or because even National Dex Monotype may not be a choice, again because of the limitations. No, especially if you want to challenge with a team that's not Monotype. Because there's no National Dex anything goes. We may even have to go for a previous generation, then 8 and 9. As long as the option remains open in Showdown. They need to have more options in National Dex now that we also have Scarlet and Violet with a limited Pokédex. It's fun to have a meta game that doesn't have some Pokemon in it anymore, but at the same time, you always want to have a meta mode that has every single Pokemon in existence selectable. Maybe banning the absolute Ubers, but again, that's why you have Ubers, OU, etc. One thing they really need to do, and I understand there's a lot of work involved in it, and why they haven't done this yet, but they need to have National Dex random battle. Actually, Pokemon Showdown right now is undergoing some changes. So right now the options are limited in game modes, but yeah, they don't have a lot right now, but they already have Scarlet and Violet singles. They do not have any random battle for Scarlet and Violet for Generation 9 yet. And here's all the stuff from... here's all the stuff from Generation 8. A lot of randomized metas are still here, which is good, but right now, you know, it's still very early in the release period of Scarlet and Violet, so this list looks a lot smaller than it usually looks for Pokemon Showdown. So yeah, you know, we could do maybe a Gen 2 random battle for the fun of it. There's also this thing, we could do it here as well. So there's a bot, there's this place called rom.psim.us in which you find something called the Abyssal bot. And what this has is it has a bunch of game modes that are usually like retired or back-shelved from the main Pokemon Showdown. And you fight against an AI, or well, you may even fight against other people if you like agree to do it and get together probably. But it has a lot more variety, as you can see, because they have a lot of the randomized game modes that they don't have available anymore. So if I don't find an opponent for a Gen 2 random battle, I could have it here. We could do it here later. Yeah, we could do that for fun at the end of the stream. But let's see, after we finish all the teams and everything. So the Olivine, or rather the Johto Steel-type gym, under the leadership of Jasmine. Steelix is her signature Pokemon, and yes, this will be a Mega Steelix. Sometimes it really helps when they become Mega Pokemon because they get to distinguish themselves more from other Steelix, because other people may have a Steelix in their party as well. But the only one that actually Mega evolves it is Jasmine. Jasmine is the one that is very specialized, not just because it's a Steel type, but because it's her signature. It's her signature Pokemon. Right, Skarmory is definitely on her party. I was considering it for Faulkner's party as well, but I ended up going for other Pokemon, so that also Jasmine can have Skarmory. But yeah, Fortress is shared in common with Boxy. Then, what's next? Scizor, which is also in common with Boxy, but Boxy is the one that Mega evolves Scizor. Jasmine does not. Now, here's where it gets tricky. From the Excel document, I have another Steelix that doesn't Mega evolve, and I have an Alolan Dugtrio. Now there has been some changes. We are gonna go back to some spoilers for the Paldea Pokédex, so heads up on that. I believe one of the Donphan forms is a Steel type. Again, there's the issue that this may be a sort of legendary Paradox Pokemon. That's what this is. If they are treated in the same place as legendaries are, then we should not have them on the parties of these gym leaders. Now, let me switch to the Time Vortex because I want to see the entire Paldea Pokédex. So I want to keep the spoilers to a minimum here. Because I want to see other Steel types based on Pokemon that were introduced in Generation 2. So we had Steel, Iron Treads, Ground Steel type. Oh yeah, and there's also the other past Donphan that is based on that is a ground fighting type. So that could have been good for Chuck's party, maybe. I might reconsider that one, but we're gonna keep it like this for now. Let me see. And if not Paradox Pokemon, it can also be based on other Pokemon. Paldean regional variants. Well, we are looking for Steel types. So let's see. Steel. Steal your girl. Steal your Pokemon. Let's see. I'm gonna steal your Steel Pokemon. That's something that Team Rocket would say. But it's a nice pun, isn't it? I steal your Magnemite. So I steal your Steel Pokemon. I steal your Aron. Or is it Aron? You know, from Hoenn. Yes, the only one I see really is Iron Treads. So we're gonna do that. Is that the end of the playlist, by the way? Okay, we have ended the playlist here, but I actually started this like 50 minutes into the playlist because I was listening to part of it off the stream. So let's listen from the beginning. And now we have more Johto music instead of the Kanto music that was also present in the Johto games. Alright, this is where it gets tricky because we're gonna use Iron Treads. Wait a minute. Oh, okay. Minor spoiler there, I'm sorry about that. Yeah, they don't even have Iron Treads as a spoiler because it's so revealed in the trailer already. But it's a ground Steel type, that is the spoiler because that's not something they revealed there, I think. So she gets an Iron Treads. You know what? Hold on. Let me take a look at the let me take a look at her teams. This is where we're probably gonna use a Steel type that is also present in Kanto or somewhere else for that matter. Yeah, I think I want to give her a Magnezone. Oh, look at that! Pokemon Super Contest Rusty, let's go! Oh, Pokemon contests can be so much fun. That's a feature I also want to get back to when I get back to the Pokemon games that have it. I don't think I've been saying this a lot, but I have been playing Pokemon Crystal Clear, a fantastic fan remake of Pokemon Crystal that makes it be an open world game where you can challenge the 16 gyms of Kanto and Johto in any order. And yes, they scale based on your badges. And yes, they are also partly an inspiration behind what we're doing right here. I hope one day they do something like that in a Pokemon game. An open world Pokemon game with scalable gyms. Another minor spoiler about Scarlet and Violet. I hope it's okay. They have open world. But these gyms don't quite scale. So you still kind of have to do them in an order. Otherwise, you will find yourself outmatched because you faced a later gym, or you'll just blaze through a gym because you're over-leveled for it. Something like that. Hopefully in a patch they fix that. There's still hope that a later patch will fix that. But that will suck for the players that already cleared the game, I guess. Although they will still get the rematch options. Rematches with gym leaders should always be there, like 100%. Even if you don't have an open world scaled thing, a rematch with the gym leaders after you become champion or after you reach a certain point in the game in which they have a party of like 5 to 6 Pokemon, maybe in the 50s, you know, should always be a thing. 100%. Like in Heart Gold and Soul Silver, they have rematches for all the gym leaders as well. And this is what you see here. For example, her initial party, Magnemite, Steelix. Level 35 at most. And then finally for the rematch, she gets a full Steel-type party. Metagross, Magnezone, Skarmory, Bronzong, Empoleon, Steelix. And her Steelix is at level 62. The others are in the 50s. Like, yeah, let's go. That sounds like a lot of fun. That sounds like fun. But yeah, I want to keep her party to be focused mostly on the Steel-type Pokemon of Johto. So I'm not giving her Metagross or anything like that. No Mawile either. I'm gonna give her a Magnezone. She's gonna get a Magnezone for that reason. Yeah, because I think I also gave a Magnezone for the Steel-type gym leader in Kanto. Lieutenant Surge didn't get a Magnezone, he got a Magneton. So that is the difference. That is the difference there. Magneton, in many ways, is still a viable Pokemon, even if it's not fully evolved anymore. Like, I already said that we're not basing this on making it super competitive either, but we still don't want it to be too, what's the word? Too much at a low level competitively. We want to make it as high level as possible, as competitively viable as possible, while still keeping that gimmick, if you will, of sticking to the same type and to the same region and generation as much as we can, right? The quote-unquote purity of the generation and the region. So we want to avoid non-fully evolved Pokemon. So I'm not gonna give her a Magnemite or a Pineco, for example, or Pineco, however you say it. I'm not gonna give Chuck a Machop. You know, I'm not gonna give him a Tyrogue. He's gonna have Hitmontop and he's gonna have Machamp. But sometimes non-fully evolved Pokemon that used to be fully evolved, like Magneton, Misdreavus, work out well enough. Because a lot of non-fully evolved Pokemon that used to be fully evolved are still very viable. I know because I did look it up. I saw some videos that other creators did of the best non-fully evolved Pokemon, and most of the Pokemon that made it to that list are Pokemon that used to be fully evolved. Okay, let's move on to the Ice-type gym of Johto, located in Mahogany Town, under Price. Gym Leader Price. Under the leadership of Price. There's that great pun there. Ice Price, right? Just like they did with Rock and Brock. There's some other puns that I forget, but yeah. Okay, so he's gonna have a Mamoswine. So yeah, speaking of non-fully evolved Pokemon, right? He's gonna have both a Mamoswine and a Piloswine. The thing is, Piloswine was introduced in Generation 2, and then he has an evolution that is introduced in a later generation, but that's the thing about it, right? Let's remove the icon here for the Mega Evolution. So, Mamoswine, and then he also gets a Piloswine. Oh yeah, his team is a little bit tricky because he gets both Sneasel and Weavile. Also because Karen is gonna have no more than Weavile, she's not gonna have Sneasel. But I wanted to give him regular Sneasel as well. This is where the team gets like, you know, doesn't feel like there's that much variety between Pokemon. To see the evolutionary lines like this, it looks like a weird team, but I think it still works out. He gets Delibird as well, though. He gets Delibird. And I am about to get into more potential spoilers for the Paldea Pokédex. So I must switch again because I need to see certain Pokemon that were introduced in Scarlet and Violet that I think can make it to the team. So let's take a look at Ice types. Okay. Yeah. One of them I can already tell is gonna make it. But hold on. Let's see the others. Any other Ice types that might be applicable? No, it's only that one. But it completes the team really well, because otherwise I would have had to repeat an Ice type also found in the Kanto Ice type gym leader, who is Lorelei. Dun, 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 bum, 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 da, 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 da. Okay, it's gonna be Iron Bundle. So it's like it ends up being a very interesting party for Price because he has like 2 forms for each of the Pokemon. Iron Bundle, which is the future form of Delibird, and I believe it becomes an Ice Steel type. Let's see. Ice Water. Ah, okay. So Ice Water type Iron Bundle Delibird. So it's like 2 forms of each Pokemon, you might say. Mamoswine and Piloswine, Sneasel and Weavile, Delibird and Iron Bundle right there. Fascinating thing, isn't it? I think it works out in that way. Otherwise, I could give him Jinx. I probably would have given him Jinx to represent Smoochum, which was introduced in Generation 2. Price representing ice. You love that. You love to hear that rhyme. It's a lovely rhyme, isn't it? So yeah, Price. And now things are about to get really messy again. If you thought I was repeating Pokemon too much with Price, and I was relying too much on Pokemon that were outside the region, well, not entirely outside the region, well, it's gonna get really messy with Claire. We had a similar issue with the Dragon-type gym leader in Kanto, who is not Lance, because Lance remains the champion for Johto, and his party is not gonna be all dragons anymore. Although, I may introduce a Dragon-type Terastalizing for one of his Pokemon, but that's another story. Claire. The thing about Generation 2 is that they only introduced one new Dragon-type in Kingdra, which is her signature Pokemon. You only have 4 Dragon-types in Generation 2. Kingdra, Dratini, Dragonair, and Dragonite, and 3 of those are on the same evolutionary line, and I already got them on the Dragon-type gym leader for Kanto. So what are we gonna do with Claire? Well, once again, we're gonna take a look at the Paldea Pokédex, but for now, let's give her Kingdra, her signature. And then, yes, I know what I'm gonna give her. She's gonna get Mega Ampharos, because, yeah, you see, this wouldn't be applicable if I tried to do a monotype team in Pokemon Showdown, because Mega Evolution is kind of an extra thing that doesn't happen until the battle has started. So when you register the team, if the Pokemon gains a new type, it's not going to be listed before the Mega Evolution happens. So Ampharos would be pure electric when I make it in Pokemon Showdown, so I wouldn't be able to have a Dragon-type monotype party for Claire. So yeah, Ampharos becomes Dragon-type when it Mega evolves into Mega Ampharos. So she's gonna have Ampharos for that reason. And yes, she's gonna have a Dragonite. She's gotta have a Dragonite. She shares it with the Dragon-type gym leader in Kanto and Champion Lance, but it's inevitable. And now, I must once again take a look at the Paldea Pokédex. Let's take a look at Dragon-types that may or may not make it here. I think for the first time, I'm gonna go beyond Johto and Generation 2 and give her Pokemon such as Garchomp, Salamence maybe. And I actually have a note on the Excel document that I will read out loud to you because it's a note related to why I included those Pokemon. as a Pokemon of choice. Yeah, there are no Dragon types I can use here. That I can see, like a Paldean form or a Paradox Pokemon based on a Gen 2 or even Gen 1 Pokemon. That could work. I have nothing of the sort. Yeah, there are none that I can go for. So I feel like with Claire, I want to give her a Dragonair as well, but okay, let's take a look at her teams. Ibuki. Claire / Ibuki's teams in Gold, Silver, and Crystal. Well, Dragonair may still be viable. There's the gym battle here. So the rematch, she still keeps a Dragonair. Funny enough, they give her 3 non-Dragon type Pokemon that still kind of get related to dragons because of what they look like and whatever, but at the end of the day, they're not actually Dragon types. Well, Charizard gets Mega Charizard X, but at the time, there wasn't such a thing, like in Generation 4, even in Generation 5. She gets a Draudigon, she gets an Altaria, she gets a Salamence, and she gets a Garchomp, and I think I'm gonna give her both of those Pokemon. I was hoping not to give her a Garchomp because, you know, Cynthia, but even though it's your signature Pokemon, Garchomp ends up being shared with a lot of people. It's not the end of the world if it happens like that. So I think I'm gonna give her a Draudigon. You know, Claire fashions herself as a, like, elite trainer among elite trainers, like a super unique master type trainer, master tier trainer. So I think it can figure into that fact, the fact that she has Pokemon unseen at all in Johto. So I'm going to give her first the Garchomp. So my reasoning, besides the fact that you can find her using Garchomp in the World Tournament in Black and White, is that Gible is catchable in the Heart Gold Soul Silver Safari Zone under specific requirements. So it's kind of a stretch. We kind of have to like get very far for this. Really find the most deep of connections, if you will. But it checks out. Not gonna be a Mega Garchomp though. I mean, she already has a Mega Pokemon. You can only have 1 Mega Pokemon per party, at least in competitive play. Now she's also gonna get a Salamence, so besides being found on her teams in Black and White and some of the rematches, Bagon, or Bagon? No, I think it's Bagon. Bagon is catchable in the Heart Gold Soul Silver Safari Zone under specific requirements once again. And finally, Draudigon, literally the only reason why she's getting a Draudigon is because it's there in her Black and White teams, because there's a lot of other trainers that also have a Draudigon in Unova and even after Unova. But she's gonna get a Draudigon. This is why I think I'm gonna end up remaking some of the teams, especially Agatha's team. Agatha is actually gonna get some Pokemon like Draudigon, like, that I just completely found elsewhere. But yes, finally we have done all the 8 original gym leaders right here. Now we're gonna begin moving into originally who were the Elite Four, but now they're gonna be the gym leaders of the types they represented. So let's begin with Will, Psychic type gym leader. So here's a fun fact about the Psychic type gym. The Psychic type gym is going to be found. I can't really show you a mouse pointer because I'm not really showing it in the browser right there. Actually, you know what? Hold on. Let me see if I can open this on the browser. So I can have the mouse be visible. Yeah, you can open any image that you have on your PC in the browser. It's always able to do that. Even if it's not WebP format, like PNGs, all of that can be opened here, no problem. So let me do just that. Okay, this will work out a lot better like this because you can see the mouse. The Psychic type gym is right here. Hopefully you can see where the mouse pointer is going. I can zoom in a little bit more maybe. The Psychic type gym is here. So what is in this area? Here in Johto, you have the ruins of Alf. And the ruins of Alf are known for having a lot of unknown. That was an unintended rhyme, but yeah. The ruins of Alf are known for their unknown. They're unknown. That's the signature place where you catch like all the alphabet of unknown and everything. There's a lot of secrets behind it. So it makes sense to have it be close to it or even around the ruins of Alf, even in the ruins of Alf. And Will has his psychic type gym there. It's a hub for psychic type trainers and such. Gym leader Will. The Johto psychic type gym. So let's see if he is here. He is indeed here. Wonderful. I love his design. Actually, yeah, I need to switch my my Pokemon Showdown icon to have Will on it. Psychic is probably my second. Sometimes it even becomes the first favorite type, I have to say, because there's just a lot of it that fits me to a T. It's a constant fight between the Ghost and Psychic type that the Ghost type tends to win, not because it's super effective, but because I prefer it for like a bunch of reasons. Oh, and it notified me that the avatar changed to that. I forgot they did that. They send you a little private message. And you know, in a way, it kind of looks similar to one of the versions of my outfit when you look at it. It's a sort of a fancy outfit, even an idol-like outfit. So it works out. So, the Psychic type Pokemon of Will. I was thinking of giving him an unknown. And every time you fought Will, it would be a different variant of unknown. But there's really no room for that. Well, actually, there may be room for it. I'll show you in a moment. But his signature Pokemon is gonna be Xatu. It's a really good Pokemon to have as his signature. So Xatu. Natu you can actually find in the wild on the ruins of Alf, if I recall correctly. Slowking we can give him. And here, I could give him Galarian Slowking, but I'm not gonna do that. He's gonna have Jinx instead, because the Pokemon he gets regularly on the game. You know what? I think I'm actually gonna switch that Jinx to be an unknown, but I'm not gonna do that yet. Oh my gosh, this is also one of my most favorite songs in Johto. So good. The melody just... Man, I just love it. Something about it that is just so lovely. I don't know why. Espion, of course, is an absolute must for him. Then Wobbuffet, which I've heard can be quite overpowered sometimes, so he might have something very powerful here. And we're gonna have another spoiler for Scarlet and Violet. I mean, I could give him just Girafarig, but he's gonna have Fatty Giraffe for now, which is the evolution of Girafarig. Well, it's not that much of a spoiler, it was already revealed before the game came out, I guess, but I think I want to give him Fatty Giraffe. But hold on, let me put Unknown. What variant of Unknown are we gonna have though? I think we get to have a choice, right? Oh yeah. So... what variant should I choose? I could go for the W for Will, or the Psychic, the P for Psychic. I think this is the P Unknown. So we can have that. They also have like the A for Unknown be like the default representative for Unknown. I'm gonna have it be the default quote-unquote Unknown. Oh yeah, there's official artwork. That will do, that will do. This is the F Unknown, I think. So yeah, it will be that one. With the implication that he has a different Unknown every time. Maybe even the implication that he found an Unknown that changes its form. Ooh, can you imagine? Girafarig. Give me a second here. I want to see if I really do have a Fatty Giraffe in the Psychic type expert of Paldea. Well, they do have a fatty giraffe. And yeah, I think it might actually be their signature Pokemon. So yeah, I'm gonna give Will just Girafarig. I mean, I would like to preserve that... Oh, shoot. Sorry, that was a minor spoiler there. Well, just a minor spoiler on the team. On one of the teams that they have. The thing is, I want to keep that Elite Four background of sorts. In the sense that he keeps to the most elite of Pokemon. So a non-fully evolved Pokemon is still gonna be a rare sight for him. So you know what? No, I'm gonna keep Fatty Giraffe. Because he already has Unknown, which is not exactly an elite, quote-unquote, Pokemon. But he still needs to have that. We still need to have an Unknown represented there. It's gotta be like that. So, Gym Leader Will's team is like this. Alright, we better pick up the pace. We've been live for over 2 hours now. This is why I'm only focusing on one region per stream. They take longer than I thought. Since it's a live stream, I take my time talking about other things that may not be related to it. We talk about other things in the chat, like the Football World Cup. I mean, there's really no relation to it, to what we're doing right now. So there's that difference. Okay, so, well, I'm skipping ahead. Koga is next. So Koga is not the Poison-type gym leader in Kanto. That is his daughter, Janine. Koga, from his Elite Four background in the Johto games, now remains in Johto as the Poison-type gym leader. And where that gym is located, I think I located it around here, which is... I made this sort of be like a new area, which is close to where the Pokemon League is going to be located, also close to Mount Silver. So what we're going to have around this area is actually going to be some settlements, but it's going to be like a sort of hidden village. So it goes into that ninja background of his, like it's a sort of secret village in the mountains or something. And that's where you find the ninja Poison-type gym. Now you have to go out of your way a little bit to find it. So yeah, if you're a Poison-type specialist in Johto and you want to train at the gym there, you're not necessarily challenging the gym leader, but you specialize in the Poison type and you want to train there, right? As I said, that's a thing that the gyms need to have. You would go there. Okay, so here's Koga. Kyo. That's his name in Japanese. Nice. His signature Pokemon is Ariados. So that's what he's gonna get first and foremost. Sorry about the lag we get here and there. I don't know what's been going on with my CPU. This has been happening to me no matter what I'm doing on the stream. And it's really troubling. But at least it's not happening very frequently, right? Do let me know if it happens frequently. I think it's happening about every 20 minutes or so for like a couple seconds and that's it. But it still sucks though. Okay, I gave him Muck. I guess Janine didn't get a Muck, so we gotta compare his team to Janine a lot. Let me see. Yeah, Janine didn't get a Muck, so he gets it. Alolan Muck went instead to the Dark-type gym leader in Kanto, which used a lot of Alolan variants. I've also thought of locations for the gym leaders in Kanto. Might be worth mentioning on the stream later. I thought of this great idea of having it... You know what? Let me open it now, actually. I thought of this great idea of having that gym be in the Sevi Islands. So, here's the Dark-type icon. This is meant to be the Sevi Islands, right here. Can you see my mouse pointer? There you go. The Sevi Islands. Just ignore Mewtwo. Mewtwo is just for decoration. This is meant to be like the Sevi Islands to the southeast of Kanto. That is both treated as part of Kanto and also not treated as part of Kanto. And it's to imply that the Dark-type Pokemon are actually very foreign to Kanto, because if you look only in Gen 1, there are no Dark-type Pokemon. There are no Pokemon that became retroactively Dark-type. You did have that happen with the Steel-type, you had that happen with the Fairy-type, but that never happened with the Dark-type. There are no Dark-type Pokemon that were introduced in Generation 1. So every Pokemon in the Dark-type gym of Kanto technically comes from another region, but there are variants based on Generation 1 introduced Pokemon like Alolan Raticate, Alolan Persian, etc. Alolan Mach. And it's also to imply, since a lot of them are based on Alola, the Sevi Islands and Alola have some parallels to them. So there's that thing. But usually we want to keep the gyms within the region. I also place the Fairy-type gym next to Mount Moon because it makes perfect sense. That's the place for Clefairy and Clefable. So Clefable is the signature Pokemon. As you can see here, here's Clefable of the Fairy-type gym leader in Kanto. And some other differences that I'm not going to get into. The Seafoam Islands are now more settled, and they have the Ice-type gym with Lorelei. I think that's a great idea. The Dragon-type gym is in a settlement that's south of the Pokemon League now because you don't have this like road of checkpoints to get to the Pokemon League anymore. Since you don't have an order to the badges anymore, it doesn't make sense to have that. The Steel-type gym is next to the power plant. Probably there's more settlement around there too, which I think is a good idea. Again, Magneton and Magnemite, I was about to say Magnezone, can be found there. It makes some sense. The gym leader would be a scientist of some sort, I think. The Ghost-type gym is in Lavender Town. That's a no-brainer, led by Agatha there. The Fighting-type gym is also in Saffron City, right next to the Psychic-type gym, because that's where the Fighting Dojo is, so it makes sense. Alright, back to Koga, though. The next Pokemon is going to be a Crobat, also shared with Janine, I think. Crobat is a no-brainer. It's a very agile Pokemon. There's that sort of relation with the ninja. With the ninja theme that he has. He and Janine both. And he's also one introduced in Generation 2, so it works out great. And he does get Galarian Slowking. So I think this works out. Galarian Slowking is also going to be on the team of a gym leader in Galar. But I think it's okay to repeat it here. And okay, so Quillfish. I gave him a Quillfish here, but I'm thinking I might give him Overquill on his team. Oh shoot, sorry, that was a little spoiler for the Pokédex. Hopefully not that big of a spoiler anyway. Overquill. What if I give him Overquill instead of Quillfish? The thing of Overquill is that it's also present in other teams. I think Karen has an Overquill. So Koga doesn't need an Overquill. He can just have regular Quillfish. So, okay, I'll just give him Quillfish as it is. And in a way, it's a fully evolved Pokemon. Because this is Johtonian Quillfish, there's no evolution to it. Hisuian Quillfish is the only one that has that, right? And he is gonna get a new Pokemon, so here's a spoiler again for Scarlet and Violet. Paldean Wooper is a Poison Ground type, and he has an evolution that is Clodsire. Poison Ground type. I've already taken a brief look at what it's like competitively, and this is an absolute powerhouse competitively. Because it's very tanky, and it's Poison type, and it even has an ability like Quagsire, which is Water Absorb. So it becomes immune to water type moves, and it absorbs water damage as healing. You can have it be... You can have Toxic with it, Poison type moves. It's such a utility tanky powerhouse. So we're gonna see a lot of Clodsire in competitive teams, I think. But alright, let's save this bad boy. So yeah, his team is gonna be a tough one because of that Clodsire as well. I mean, with any Poison gym leader, we're gonna have that issue of Toxic a lot. But another thing to consider is that Toxic can be learned from by many Pokemon. And we're gonna find it a lot in many other gym leaders, I think. Potentially, depending on what type of team we go for. Now, let's go for the Dark-type gym leader, Karen. Her party doesn't need to rely on other regional variants as much as like the Kanto Dark-type gym leader that is located in the Sevi Islands needed to. Because there's some nice Dark types introduced in Generation 2, especially since it was the generation that introduced Dark. So Umbreon is her signature Pokemon, which makes a lot of sense, I would say. Yeah, we're listening to Team Rocket music. Maybe fitting for the type because the Japanese name of the dark type is actually evil. They call it the evil type. So there you are. So yeah, it's Honchkrow and Weavile. So we avoided Honchkrow on the team of Faulkner, I think. Partly because Karen already has Honchkrow. Is that Elite Four background of hers, and that she goes for the most fully evolved Pokemon whenever possible, so no Sneasel for her, just Weavile. She's gonna have a Mega Houndoom as well. This may change, I think there were other people that had a Mega Houndoom, but she can have a Mega Houndoom here. Again, it's that elite background of hers, I would say. And she is gonna get a Alolan Muck, which I think is also shared with the Kanto Dark-type gym leader. So I may give her something else, but I think a Alolan Muck is able to work well. And then Tyranitar. She's gotta get Tyranitar. It's a Rock Dark type. She's gotta get it. So there we go. Didn't take long to do Karen here. That was straightforward. Well, I also didn't go into that much of a tangent to talk about things here. Okay, now we are gonna start getting into original teams, which are mostly new characters, so I'm gonna have a placeholder here for them. Last time when I did this, the placeholder was Ash with like a different outfit. But let me see, there was like a junior trainer of sorts that could be a good placeholder, and the reason why is because they don't occupy the entire space of the trainer card thing. And the reason why that's good is because I can later go and modify it in Photoshop or wherever to place like a silhouette of a person with a question mark on it. To imply that, you know, there's no model for this person, there's no character. The school kid, I think it was. Whoa, what happened? Okay, no, it doesn't work out. So what I was looking for is that this space that says make your own trainer card at pokecharms.com doesn't have anything on it. Preferably somebody that doesn't have that space underneath occupied. But everybody will, I think. No matter who I go for, I think that space will be taken. Because when I put something over the character, I don't want to cover that space. Firstly, because I don't want to remove the credit to Pokecharms. And second, because if I cover it, the way it would be covered, you would tell that there's something underneath. Like, you would see that the text is just partly covered and it just doesn't look nice. Not to me, at least. Yeah, Lisa also covers part of the screen. I mean, we just have to go for, like... Yeah. We're just gonna go for a placeholder that covers a lot of it, inevitably. And that's gonna be Ash Ketchum. They should leave you the option to leave it blank. And you can modify it later. Though it may be because they don't want you to do anything like that. They don't want you to modify what they already have because you're going beyond their own platform to do it. Maybe. And if that is the case, I understand that. But anyway, this is gonna be the electric type gym. Oh yes, and for the electric type gym, potentially not a new character, we can have Arcade Star Dahlia as the gym leader, or she could be another type of gym leader. I mean, she has a lot of like yellow on her, so it makes sense. It would look a little bit repetitive because she's very similar to Elesa from Unova. Arcade Star sounds so cool though. But I mean, she has that electronic sort of feel to her, like Elesa has, like Iono the new gym leader in Scarlet and Violet has. She's a live streamer content creator, by the way. Just like me. Almost like a VTuber. I say almost because, well, you would think VTuber when you see her because you're looking at the video game graphics and everything, but in universe, she just looks like a person. Like, she looks like anybody else, and she's streaming just with a camera and everything. She doesn't have a VTuber avatar, but depends on how you see it. I mean, when you get down to it, and you think of the term virtual tuber, it only implies that the person is virtually present. Technically, every VTuber, every live streamer is virtual. Like, most of the time they're gonna be doing virtual stuff. Anything that happens in person with them is very rare. So, I guess in that way everybody could be a virtual tuber. I mean, look at the way I introduce myself. I introduce myself as the multi-dimensional Tajigen Kaiden, a sentient star cluster in virtual idol form. Virtual idol may not necessarily mean something animated, though most of the time it does. Virtual idol makes you think of stuff like Vocaloid and VTubers probably. But if you have an idol that never appears in person, but is in live action, that would still technically be a virtual idol, right? So there's that. Anyway, I digress again. Another Mega Ampharos is gonna be the signature Pokemon of this electric type gym leader. We gotta give them a Mega Ampharos, that's the way it's gotta be. And then Electivire, I wanna give them an Electivire. Because in Heart Gold, Soul Silver, you are able to get an Electivire, I guess. It makes sense. Lantern is a must though. Fantastic Pokemon, water electric type. Such a great typing, right? To have something like that. Just like Ludicolo being water grass. When opposing types are like there, right? So Magnezone, yeah, another reason why I was hesitant to give Magnezone to Jasmine. But it works out, It's not the end of the world to have a type repeat itself. That being said though, I want to take a look at the Generation 2 electric type Pokédex. So I think I could go for another Raichu, but from the Excel document I actually assigned an Alolan Raichu to this person. Which makes sense, it kind of represents Pichu, which was introduced in that generation. We're not gonna go for a non-fully evolved Pichu, I think. Though I guess I could go for a spiky-eared Pichu, but it's a bit too much, I think. And Electivire also represents, in a way, Elekid. Oh my god, I love the design of Elekid so much. The entire evolutionary line of Elekid and Magby, all of those Pokemon I love so much. I gotta get, like, a Magmar, Electabuzz, or Magmortar, or Electivire in one of my future endgame parties. Hall of Fame parties. Like, there is such a thing that I have that is a final team in the game. For example, right now in Crystal Clear, the party I have right now, I've had it for a while, and it's gonna be my endgame party. I'm very close to the endgame right now, actually, on that game. I'm exploring Mount Silver, and I am about to catch Moltres there, actually. I saved right before the fight against Moltres, because that's where you can find Moltres in Crystal Clear. And after that, it's gonna be the Pokemon League. I got all 16 badges already. Long story short, it's actually a better idea to get all 16 badges before you face the Elite Four and Champion, because they changed the Elite Four and Champion in a way that makes them more challenging. So you wanna either go crazy with the IVs and EVs, or just over-level the hell out of them, and that's kind of what I'm doing. Hoping to do that, at least. There aren't that many electric types here, so I am gonna go for Alolan Raichu. Not the best way to go about it, maybe. I think there were a few that had Alolan Raichu in Kanto. And here, I repeated Ampharos for this gym leader, but I am once again gonna have to look at the Paldea Pokédex, or rather the new Generation 9 Pokemon and regional variants of Pokemon. I think there's a couple electric types that I can use, and we're definitely gonna see one of them here. Okay. I see a couple, but Let me take a look at Lieutenant Search's party, because perhaps one of them is gonna be there instead. Maybe replacing his Hisuian Electrode. So there's a couple, but one of them is based on a Kanto Pokemon, or either a Generation 1 Pokemon, but this one that I'm thinking about, Iron Thorns, is based on Tyranitar. And I'm saying it out loud because I am gonna put it in here anyway. Iron Thorns is a future Tyranitar that is a rock electric type. Much like the Alolan Golem evolutionary line. So it's gonna be Iron Thorns right here. This is the electric type gym leader in Johto. And where is the electric type gym? It is right here in Olivine City. So Olivine City has two gyms, which are the steel type gym of Jasmine and the electric type gym, which has a close relation to the lighthouse. Jasmine still, you know, is probably friends with Amphi, the Ampharos that lights the lighthouse. But we would also have the electric type gym leader and the gym related to it. But Amphi would actually be its own wild Pokemon. It wouldn't be the Ampharos that is used by the gym leader. Just to preserve that, you know, I like the fact that Amphi is not owned by anyone, but it's its own wild Pokemon that just decides to be helpful to people. And everybody's just friends with that Amphi. Every once in a while, especially if Amphi gets sick, like it happened in the games, they may have other Ampharos light up the lighthouse. The gym leader would help out with that, the electric type gym leader. So it makes perfect sense, right? Alrighty. Now let's move on to the fairy type. There's the gym leader music. There's the gym leader music, you see? Oh, let me take a look at the the party I just saved. I didn't remove the mega icon from one of them. Okay, it still didn't show that. That's okay then. All right, fairy. It's kind of an interesting one too. There are one or two Pokemon that are shared with Kanto, and I did have a Snubbull. So the signature Pokemon is Granbull. At the time I did this Excel spreadsheet, I put Snubbull in there, but I'm now going to replace it with Fluttermane, which was the Misdreavus, the past Misdreavus from Paldea, or rather Scarlet and Violet. So yeah, Togekiss is here. Falkner instead got Togetic, I think. I'm thinking that maybe because it looks more like a bird, more like a flying type Pokemon than Togetic, arguably. I should give it to Falkner for that reason, but whatever. I've already done the team. Azumarill is a must. Marill was introduced in Generation 2, as was Azumarill. And it makes sense to have the Fairy type gym leader have it, because Azumarill, after Generation 6, became a Water Fairy type. Okay, so Wigglytuff is a Pokemon that's shared in common with the Kanto Fairy type gym leader. Clefairy and Clefable I think can still be found in Johto, but even if they can be, I don't want to share that, so I can give something more unique to the Fairy type gym leader in Kanto, especially because the gym is supposed to be right there next to Mount Moon. So it works out nicely. You know, you have the gym and you have the Pokemon Center next to it still, and then you have the entrance to Mount Moon itself, which may be a little bit more settled too, so that Mount Moon Square is more accessible. But there will still be a lot of areas with like wild Pokemon and stuff. Maybe some hikers in there doing something. Fluttermane is the Paradox version of Misdreavus. That is a Ghost Fairy type, so it figures into this gym. Now, I must once again look for that final Pokemon through the Pokédex of Generation 9 to see other Fairy types that may apply. Let me see if there's anybody else. There may be somebody else. Ooh, there is somebody else. But this other Fairy type Pokemon is based on a Generation 1 Fairy type. So I'm thinking I will backwards add this one to the fairy type gym in Kanto. So the fairy type gym in Kanto right now has Clefable, Alolan Ninetales, Wigglytuff, Galarian Rapidash, Galarian Weezing, and Mr. Mime. Cantonian Mr. Mime. Really? That's a solid enough team, all things considered? So I don't know. Because the other choices I have here are non-fully evolved Pokemon. So I might add this one after all. But let's keep going here. Let's keep going and see what we've got. I think I am gonna go for that one. So it's gonna be 2 Paradox Pokemon. But it checks out. So, I am gonna add it, but it's very subject to change. Screamtail is the name of this past Paradox version of Jigglypuff. Which is, let me take a look at it actually. Dun, 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 dun. Hold on, it's not showing me the page for Screamtail. Here we are. Very psychic. So it's not even... It completely loses the normal typing of Jigglypuff. And it's based on Jigglypuff, not even Wigglytuff. But a Paradox Pokemon is like its own unique thing. In a way, it's like a legendary Pokemon. Although, I'll tell you the truth, I'm seriously considering changing that in favor of another one. And you know what? I think I'm gonna do that. This one is gonna go for the Kanto party. And instead... What should we do? I'm thinking of a Galarian Pokemon like Weezing or Rapidash. The thing about Rapidash and Weezing is that they're also there, but... Let me take a look at something. How easy to find is Bullpix, for example, over there. Gold, Silver, and Crystal chapter. Yeah, that makes some sense. Game locations. Or well, no, Alolan Ninetales I want to stay at the Kanto Fairy type party. Galarian Ponyta. Let's see the accessibility of Ponyta. In Pokemon Adventures. Platinum's Ponyta. Ooh, Platinum. So that's the equivalent of Dawn in Pokemon Adventures. But because, yeah, it's gonna be Galarian Rapidash. Because, if I have both Mr. Mime and Galarian Rapidash in a team, they repeat the type. I mean, well, Screamtail is also very psychic. But, yeah, in terms of giving more variety, yeah. I'm gonna make it be Galarian Rapidash instead. That Screamtail is gonna go to the Kanto Fairy type gym leader. Look at that absolute pony, man. Something straight out of My Little Pony that looks just fantastic, doesn't it? Makes me wanna get a Galarian Rapidash when I play Sword and Shield. When I finally played it one day. One day I will. Same with Scarlet and Violet. Haven't gotten them yet. I'll probably be talking about it or hopefully streaming it, but I don't have the money for it right now. Did enter some giveaways, but you know, thousands of people enter them. Highly unlikely to win them. People are still doing some of them, but at the same time, I don't want to spam my timeline too much by just retweeting everything. I want to keep it professional, so to speak. Okay, now... Who is next? The Fire type gym leader for Johto. So Macargo has to be the signature Pokemon for this gym leader, for sure. And Typhlosion has got to be on this party as well. Ah, yes, this is a national park music. Oh, so good. It takes a slow build-up to get to one of the best parts of the song, but the entire song works out well because of that. And I mean, this part of the song is great too. So we went for Magmortar as well. I believe I give Blaine a Magmar instead of a Magmortar for that reason. Houndoom, I believe Karen had a Mega Houndoom, so it's only regular Houndoom here. Let me put this at none actually, just to be on the safe side. And then the other two, I placed this as Hisuian Arcanine and Slugma, but I think I'm gonna change this. I believe I also gave Blaine a regular Arcanine. I mean, both versions of Arcanine. Let me take a look at it. He has both Hisuian and Cantonian Arcanine, so no. I don't think I want to go for that Arcanine, and I don't want to for Slugma either. This is the part, listen. I'm looking at the Pokédex again for Paldean. Which is why I've got to stay silent here though, listening to this fantastic song. Ah, it's so lovely. It's so lovely. Alright. So this... Let me take a look to see if it shows up here in Pokecharms. Yes. So Tauros gets several different variants. This is the water form. It's not the one I was going for. Tauros was introduced in Generation 1, but this variant of Tauros, the fire, I think it's called Blaze form or Blaze breed or something like that. It's a fighting fire type, and I don't use it in any other teams. Well, unless we go other than the Paldean teams, like Blaine's team doesn't have Paldean Tauros in it, and it also doesn't have and none of the fighting teams have that. As a matter of fact, there's the combat breed, which is just a pure fighting type Paldean Tauros that I think I'm going to place now on... Oh, wait a minute, I think I wanted to do that for Chuck's party. Huh, well, let's leave Chuck's party as it is for now. Or maybe it was Bruno's party that I wanted to do that in. Let me take a look at Bruno again. Yeah. I think I gave him... Let me take a look at... because... Did I give him a Poliwrath? Let me see here. I did give him a Poliwrath, but because it's the signature of Chuck, I wanted to change that. So I think it works out better to change it to be something else. And that's gonna be Combat Breed Tauros. Combat Breed Paldean Tauros, if you will. But yeah. We're still missing one spot, and once again it might be Hisuian Arcanine. Or I could just go for Slugma. Okay, let me see again a little bit more on the Pokédex. Okay, I know what we can do. I mentioned Great Tusk earlier. Right, it's gonna be Great Tusk, it's gonna be the past form. That other Paradox form for Donphan. It's a ground fighting type, so it works out. It's a little bit of a stretch to do it like this, but it works out. It's still a fighting type at the end of the day. Oh no, wait, what am I saying? Sorry, no, we're in the fire type. No, I got sidetracked because I was talking so much about those Tauros that are fighting type. My bad. No, but we may see that Great Tusk in the ground team of... Well, yeah, Donphan is definitely gonna be there on the ground type gym leader for Johto. Yeah, fire. There's nobody else that I can really have here. I think we can just go for... I don't know if Hisuian Arcanine is a good idea. It's supposed to be a more rare thing, you know? So let's see what Generation 2 has in terms of the Pokédex here. I could go for... The only reason why I don't want to go for Hisuian Typhlosion is because Morty used that, and he used that because he really needed another Ghost type. And it kind of becomes more watered down if somebody else has that. He already shares Gengar, Miss Magius, and maybe some of the others. Wait a minute, didn't I give him Cursula? Hey, wait a minute, what did I do for Morty? Hey, I think I might remake his party. I messed up. He was supposed to have Cursula. Yeah, what am I doing? I gave him a Lowland Marowak. We gotta remake Morty after this. I gave him a Lowland Marowak when there's like Galarian Corsola and the evolution CUR Cursula. I gave him that. I got sidetracked and I forgot. But yeah, we have Houndoom already. And... well, Entei and Ho-Oh are out of the question. We're not gonna do either of them. I mean, it's just a matter of what's on the Pokédex, I would say. Like, taking a look at the Pokédex. Just the Johto Pokédex, we can go for any of those fire types. Both Arcanine and Ninetales are here. I think I want to go for Ninetales. I'm gonna go for Ninetales. Hisuian Arcanine doesn't really work for me. And we ended up also repeating the Fire Rock dual type because my Cargo has that. So I think it's Rock Fire, but you know, it's pretty much the same thing. It still says Fairy here. So let's change that. Yeah, let's redo Morty. We're gonna redo Morty right there. So bear with me for a little bit as we also redo his party. Because we're gonna show every single one of them at the end of the stream also. Like a gallery. Just summarizing everything. So changing back to Morty. Mortician Morty. His name is probably based on that. He's a very charismatic and good looking Ikemen. He's like an Ikemen if you look at him. I took a look at the Pokemon Evolutions series of mini episodes that they did. He shows up in the Johto episode, and he looks so handsome. He looks so like such an Ikemen, absolute Ikemen of a person. And hey, I love him extra because he's a Ghost type specialist, so of course I'm gonna like him. But I think his signature remains Gengar, right? What did I say it was again? Oh shoot, I forgot already. What was the Pokemon he was gonna get? Oh yeah, Corsola. But it's not gonna be his signature, I think. It doesn't quite work out. Misdreavus and Mismagius. Then Hisuian Typhlosion. Official artwork is what we want to go for the most. Corsola. Or no, wait, let's change it to Flutter Mane here so it can be like in the order. Dun 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 dun. Flutter Mane. Ghost Fairy type Misdreavus, if you will. I like that they had some of these be based on non-fully evolved Pokemon. Though some of them used to be fully evolved, like Misdreavus, but it's still fun. They did something similar when they gave Gigantamax forms to some non-fully evolved Pokemon like Meowth, Eevee. To be fair, they're very popular Pokemon, Pikachu as well, but it's still nice to have. And well, then Terastalizing is also doing this, I think. But yeah, he should get Corsola like this, and that works out a lot better, I think. So we'll save this as Morty's team. Did we play this song already? Okay, let me go back to the Johto Lo-Fi playlist. We're back to listening to Johto songs we already heard in this dual mix. So I think we heard this No, this is another lo-fi mix we didn't hear last time. Yeah. Yes. Since these are all now going to be lo-fi songs, I may increase the volume a little bit. This sounds nice though. This works out. I want it to be very much like very in the background, with my voice above everything. But if it's still way too low, let me know and I can increase the volume a little bit. Okay, so back to the other gyms. We now go for the grass type gym of Johto. Oh yes, and I haven't said the locations of these others. The fire type gym I place around here in CM Wood City, the island. I don't remember a particular reason for that. There was another reason, I forget what it was. Maybe the Pokemon you could find around there. Or the fact that fighting type kind of relates to the fire type and that's like very hot-blooded or something like that. The fairy type gym I placed in, oh yeah, Goldenrod City. And we're listening to the Goldenrod City theme in remix. That's fitting. Yeah, it's also a city that shares two gyms. Whitney's normal type gym and the fairy type gym, which makes sense because before Generation 6 introduced the fairy type, Whitney used some Pokemon that are now fairy type, like Jigglypuff, Wigglytuff, and well, Whitney and the trainers, Clefairy and Clefable. Now, she may still use Wigglytuff, but she no longer has Clefable. But this represents that relation between some of the normal types that became fairy types later. And you know, the fact that maybe Whitney has a pocket Clefairy or Clefable. She just doesn't use it in the gym challenge, but you know, she likes cute Pokemon, but I like to think that she's also a type expert that would go for an Ursaring, even if it ruins the cute experience of Teddiursa after you evolve it, right? She still goes for it. So here in Goldenrod City, she's friends with the fairy type gym leader maybe, and yeah, something like that, right? So that what do we have before that? Electric, and I did say that. So the grass type gym is around here. This is Cherry Grove City. Cherry Grove City is the first city you encountered after New Bark Town, which is over here, I think. Yeah, and this is like the road around Kanto or so. But yeah, Cherry Grove City now has a gym. And it's probably bigger. Like, if I were to make this a fan game that modifies the terrain of the game, I would make a lot of cities and towns bigger. Not just because of the gyms, but because I would want to add more things to do in them. Like, there would be many missions and quests and some other things like that. Sorry about the lag. A few frames got dropped there. I would have thought that it's the browser and what I'm doing right here, because Poké Charms, when you get into their trainer card maker, it doesn't perform well. It slows down a lot of things. But yesterday, or rather 2 days ago, when we were streaming Final Fantasy XIV with Opera instead of Chrome open, it still affected things. Like, there was still these hiccups happening. And it troubles me because recently, I think one of the fans, or the fan, I don't remember what it was, that the technician told me on the CPU didn't work anymore, so it was removed. And to see this happen with the CPU, it feels like it's the beginning of the end for it. And I'm not gonna have money for it anytime soon. Though, as soon as I can get more stable income for these sorts of things, it may not take me that long to get something good. I would prefer to replace it with an upgrade as well. Like, the one I have is the Ryzen 5 1600. I would like to go for the Ryzen 7 at the very least. And the good thing is, it's not like the graphics cards. It's not as expensive as those. The graphics card is the one that terrifies me even more, because that's expensive. Though, I think, or at least last I checked some months ago, prices have finally decreased. Scalpers and like, hold on. Sorry, had to check something quickly. What was I gonna say? Yeah, like cryptocurrency, the cryptocurrency markets, I don't know much about them, but they have not become as viable or popular or whatever anymore. And that reduced the prices because scalpers were not looking to get parts for crypto mining that much. At least that's what I understand it. At least what I understand happened. I'm not entirely sure about that, but yeah. So, okay. So far, most of these Pokemon were introduced in Gen 2. Bellossom, Sunflora, Jumpluff, Meganium. Tangrowth, I put here because I gave Tangela to Erika, the Grass-type gym leader of Kanto. So that checks out in that way. The other Grass-type I put was Vileplume, but... And as a matter of fact, Erika does have a Bellossom, if I recall correctly. But it checks out, it works out for her. Let me check the Paldea Pokédex yet again, because perhaps there's a Grass-type I can use from here. A regional variant. If not, you know what? I'm just gonna do Vileplume. Let's not trouble ourselves too much. It's like having the two final evolution forms of Gloom. Oddish Gloom. That's also why I gave that Bellossom to Erika. And because it fits Erika's theme a lot. Like, you look at Erika's style, and Bellossom really fits. Alright, there is a Pokemon we can introduce. Ooh. I wonder if it's a good idea, though. Okay, you know what? I think we're gonna... Yeah, I think we're going to do it. This is a Pokemon that was introduced in Gen 1. And it's a secondary grass type, but it is ground and grass type, and that is Toedscruel. It's not a regional variant, it's not a Paradox Pokemon, it's another Pokemon that is based on another one. Wiglet and Wugtrio, I hope it's not a spoiler to mention them, they did get shown before that. They are based on Diglett and Dugtrio, but they're not like Paldean forms, they are like their own separate Pokemon, and they're also not Paradox Pokemon. So... it checks out, I would say, so I'm gonna go for Toedscruel here, but it's kind of a stretch, and it's subject to change, for those reasons. So yeah, there's that. Personally, the way I would do, because of this new concept, that there are Pokemon that kind of look based on other Pokemon, but they're still called a different name. They're not called, like, the variant of this Pokemon, right? I would love to just call Alolan Sandslash and Alolan Sandshrew Snowshrew and Snowslash instead. Don't call them the Alolan variants, no, just call them their own separate Pokemon, you know? So that's how it would be. Anyway, now is the ground-type gym leader of Johto. And here, well, this is a no-brainer that Donphan is the signature Pokemon, and yes, I believe we are going to take a look. We're gonna see Great Tusk, Paradox past Donphan here. But let's not jump the gun. I think I want to give it a Gligar, but I guess I'm gonna go for a Gliscor. But at the same time, Sinnoh, the Sinnonian, how do you say that? If we have like regional names for that. Yeah, the Sinnonian, the Sinnohan kind of sounds better. The Sinnohan specialists of ground and flying have it. Well, Bertha, the ground type specialist of Sinnoh, has Gliscor. Flying type specialist, which is they do have Gliscor. Yeah, I'm gonna give this person Gligar. Gligar will do, it's not the end of the world to go for that. We can do Gligar. Wow, kind of looks more different than I thought. Probably because the shade of purple, magenta-ish color that they have is different. Okay. Then another Clotsire, another new Pokemon from Scarlet and Violet. As I keep saying, there's some minor spoilers from... Oh, we should place a Quagsire before Clotsire, but what the hell. Because yes, Quagsire is also here, as it should be. Both Quagsire and Clotsire. Until we get official artwork, it's gonna look like this. Kind of looks... No, Clotsire, from what I've seen, is huge. It may be bigger than Quagsire. And then, So here I put a Mamoswine. We could have some fun with this, and we can put both Iron Tusk and Great Tusk and Iron. Well, you know, both the past and the future versions of Donphan. But I think that's best done with maybe the ground type expert of Paldea. So here we're gonna do just Great Tusk, which is a ground fighting type, right? And then we're gonna go back to Mamoswine. Not Piloswine, Mamoswine, so that Piloswine remains with Price. And that's gonna be the ground type expert of Johto. Again, trying to avoid Pokemon that were introduced in Generation 1 as much as possible, even if they are there in Johto. Because, yeah, you could probably put a Sandslash, Rhydon, or even Rhyperior in here, but they've already been represented in the Kanto League. It's trying to keep that variety between gym leaders, right? Whether their regions are close to each other or not. Kanto and Johto are right next to each other. Also another reason why there's a lot of overlap. But yeah. Now it's gonna be the rock type. Oh yeah, and I've been forgetting again to say where the gyms are. So yes, we established Cherry Grove City. I mean, with a name like Cherry Grove, the grass type gym also makes a lot of sense. The ground type gym is over here. Like, I forget what area this is. It's like... I don't know. Let me take a look at the map of Johto, actually. Oh, whoops. Yeah, we can close that stadium tab. But I need to see it with the names and everything. Is there another map that has the names? Well, there's one with Japanese names, but I can't read that right now. They should maybe put a version of it that has the names. Let's see another one. Because the one I use for the stuff there doesn't have the names on it. Okay, this one links them together. This is the Union Cave. Okay. So, right. So, to the east of Azalea Town, around there-ish, is the Union Cave that also links to the ruins of Alph. Oh, sorry about those frame drops. I don't know why that happens. You know, it's not OBS, it's my entire computer dropping frames. It is the CPU seeming to do that. I don't have the task manager open right now, but from what I saw on the last stream I did 2 days ago on Twitch, it seemed to be that. So, the Union Cave, you can find ground type Pokemon in there, so we probably have it around there. Either with a settlement or without a settlement. So yeah, there's that. The rock type gym, which we are about to get to, is also west of Azalea, south of Goldenrod, because Ilex Forest is around there. May even be inside Ilex Forest, but kind of there. Ilex Forest doesn't really have rock type Pokemon, but that is a place where Sudowoodo can be found at some point. So maybe it's a stretch, but it works out, I'd say. Because the signature Pokemon of the rock type gym leader of Johto is going to be Sudowoodo. That's a no-brainer as well. It's maybe the most famous rock type Pokemon introduced in Gen 2, maybe? Just like Donphan might be for Gen 2. Lots of love for Donphan now, thanks to what Scarlet and Violet did. So yeah, here we have a Tyranitar. And I made it be a Mega Tyranitar, which I'm not sure about, but what the hell, let's do it. Just because it's not the signature Pokemon doesn't mean we can't go for a Mega form. And here we have Corsola. This is just Johtonian Corsola. Love the way that sounds, Johtonian. Seriously, I want them to do this. This has been done in fan games and fan concepts a lot, and I think it's a fantastic idea for future Pokemon games. More remakes if they do that. I mean, they've already done like more than one Kanto remake, I guess. So I wouldn't mind another series of Kanto remakes, another series of Johto remakes, even Hoenn remakes, or sequels maybe. or perhaps something that does what they did with Kanto in the Johto games, which is a post-game where you revisit the region or something. If they do black and white remakes or something based on them, perhaps next year, this could be a good idea to introduce regional variants of regions we've already seen before regional variants became a concept in Pokemon. Can you imagine a Unova variant of a Pokemon? I would love to see that. One thing the Unova decks did well in the first black and white games was that they completely removed all past Pokemon to make it be a super fresh start. Like an absolute fresh start relying only on the new introduced Pokemon. But what made it work so well is that they had fantastic representation for every single type. 17 at the time. And you could have a fully evolved 6 Pokemon party in which every Pokemon was different for nearly every type. There's just a few that were missing more to make them be all fully evolved, but I think it was just maybe Poison, maybe Rock, I don't remember which ones, but for the most part, if you wanted to have like a Bug type, Water type, Psychic, Ghost, party of 6 different fully evolved Pokemon, all introduced in Gen 5, you could do that, and that was so good. And then Black 2 and White 2 returned some Pokemon, which was also a good move, honestly. This is why Gen 5 might be just my absolute favorite gen. Now, what they could do is introduce Unova variants of other Pokemon that were introduced after Gen 5 or before Gen 5. This is where you have the opportunity to do modern Pokemon, very recent Pokemon. You know, you don't want to do regional variants of those Pokemon because it's too soon after they got introduced, right? I understand that. But if you do it for like past generations, a Cantonian Salazzle, a Jotonian Mudsdale, what's another recent Pokemon? A Jotonian Copperajah, maybe. Ooh, think about the possibilities right there, right? A Jotonian Orbeetle, a Hoennian Orbeetle from Generation 8. That sounds great. So you could do that, and also the Fairy type. Now in retrospect, they have very small Fairy type representation in there in Unova, because there's only 2 Pokemon and they're both from the same evolutionary line, which are Whimsicott and whatever the pre-evolution of Whimsicott is, I forget the name. Cottonee, I think? Cottonee and Whimsicott, they're grass fairy types, but there's only those 2 literally. So it would be difficult to be a fairy type expert in Unova. And when we finally do the Unova stream, you'll see what I mean, but yeah. Retroactively, you could have a Unovan variant of a Pokemon introduced afterwards, or even before Generation 5, and make it be fairy type. Or hell, even a Paradox Pokemon now. Who knows? Great possibilities. But Jotonian sounds so good. Unovan sounds nice too. Let's have Shuckle, it's also a rock type. Yes, I guess we repeat Macargo. Macargo. So here the other one I placed was Rhyperior, but let me see potential variants that we could use for this from Scarlet and Violet. Let's see rock types. Oh yeah, Scarlet and Violet introduced a rock type evolutionary line that seems to be based on Minecraft a lot. And I think I'm gonna get that Pokemon, even though I've never played Minecraft, but I appreciate what's being done there. I've seen a lot of Minecraft gameplay from other streamers. I will have to play Minecraft sooner or later. It's gonna be a thing. It's gonna be a major thing. I'm gonna have to make a big deal out of it, as I said. Just like I did the first time I played FF14. Like, it's gonna be a whole stream just based on the fact that I'm playing Minecraft for the first time. But yeah, and also the first in the evolutionary line kind of looks like a super mushroom from Mario. It's really effing cool. I love it. Whoever designed those Pokemon deserves a raise, a promotion or something on Game Freak or Nintendo, the Pokemon Company, wherever. But yeah, so I could go for Iron Thorns again, But again, those Pokemon are supposed to be more rare. So I'll tell you what, I'm just gonna do the Rhyperior. Another reason why I didn't want to have Rhyperior on the ground type party. Rhyperior works out. It checks out because Rhyperior is not really accessible in any of the Kanto games. You know, red, blue, green, yellow. Buy red, leaf green. Let's go Pikachu Eevee. So, Rhyperior was introduced after Fire Red, Leaf Green. But Let's Go Pikachu Eevee do not allow you to have Rhyperior because they limit everything to be exclusively Pokemon that were introduced in Gen 1 and the regional variants and Meltan and Melmetal. They are the very big exceptions. All the others, you know, is regional variants. So it's kind of a loophole. So Rhyperior is out, Magnezone is out. So if we're talking about Johto, Heart Gold and Soul Silver did not do that limitation. You are able to get yourself a Rhyperior, a Magmortar, Miss Magius, etc. So I feel like it represents maybe Johto better. Although I think I have like a Rhyperior in a team on Kanto. Giovanni doesn't have a Rhyperior actually. He has a Rhydon on his ground type party. But it still works out to do it like this. Alright, that is the ground type gym of Johto. Gonna be a new character. Oh no, wait, this is the rock type gym. My bad. Whoops. I forgot to change that. You see, I just did Rhyperior there and I forgot. There is so much overlap with the rock and ground types, which is funny because ground is super effective against rock, but it's extremely common to find a ground type move on a rock type Pokemon. So if you have a monotype rock type versus rock type situation, they tend to be easily super effective against each other. And then you have, you know, Pokemon such as Rhyperior's evolutionary line, which are ground rock. You have Geodude's evolutionary line, which is rock ground. And they're not the only ones, but it's mostly those. Just one of those things Generation 1 did. That was kind of weird with the types, but it's also because, you know, Pokemon was still new. They were still introducing a lot of new concepts because the game itself was brand new. Type, purity, well, not purity, just types in general were not that set in stone. Were not that polished, if you will. This is something I want to elaborate more in a future stream. So they finally, to finish all the gyms of the gyms for every type of the, of the Johto region, we go for the water type. So where is the water type gym? The water type gym is right next to the Whirl Islands. And it's kind of to the west also of Goldenrod City. So you would be able to access it by swimming west of Goldenrod City. So you go from where the radio tower is. It would be made accessible in that way because I think it's kind of blocked off. If you want to go from there, you have to go south from Olivin instead of west from Goldenrod. But here, it would be modified in a way that makes it accessible there. And I always thought, I had this idea of making it a pirate gym leader that has a ship. That's where the gym is. It's on a ship, on a massive ship that I guess could become a ship island. There's also this other idea I have that gyms actually have. It's actually like a big league-like building that when you go inside, you don't go inside the actual place where the gym challenge takes place. You know, where you have the trainers and the puzzles and the gym leader at the end of it. No, there's this like reception. There's this sort of lobby, kind of like the Pokemon League, where you have a Pokemon Center, maybe a Pokemart, and you or maybe neither of them. I don't know, because if they're on a city or town that also has a Pokemon Center, it's kind of like different. But yeah, it would make it more convenient, wouldn't it? You also have like other facilities there related to the what I like to call the trainer guild for that type. So the water type guild, for example. That's a whole other thing I have about the idea of the dream Pokemon game I want to do. But that's for another time, I think. I'm gonna leave that for another time, for another stream. We've already been live for like 3.5 hours. We're gonna go for another 4-hour stream. All of these streams are gonna be so long. I guess so. I mean, I don't mind. I have a lot of fun with these, but I'm gonna try to maybe speed up the process a little bit as I create these trainer cards. So yes, if it's not a pirate ship, it could be some sort of... One of the islands is repurposed for that. The Whirl Islands still kind of remain the way they are, and you can still find Lugia under the Whirl Islands somewhere. That's an important thing. Just like the Seafoam Islands, that the Eastern Seafoam Islands are still kind of terraformed, and you can still navigate here to make it to surf to Cinnabar easily, so you don't have to go through the whole puzzles inside to get to it. If you're going from Fuchsia City to the Cinnabar, New Cinnabar Island, I should say. There would still be this cave area that, you know, there's maybe a warning sign like, hey, this is right next to a settlement, but we should warn you, don't just go in if you're not prepared. Have a Pokemon team. Some of the Pokemon could be a bit high level. Be wary. There's rumors of a certain legendary Pokemon, and yes, Articuno is gonna be there somewhere. Anyway. And also, before we go on, I didn't specify the other gyms that belong to the Elite Four members that are now gym leaders. I did say Will's gym is on the Ruins of Alph. Koga's gym on the secret place here. The Dark-type gym under Karen's leadership is over here on the road that goes between Blackthorn and I believe New Bark Town, which would probably have a settlement of its own there somewhere. Oh, you're back and you're going to bed now because you're locked? Not sure what you mean by locked, but yeah, that's alright, Poppets. Thank you for coming back just to say that. Do have a good night of sleep, alright? Yeah, I think it is a little bit late for you. For me, it's still like about to become like evening. Still a little bit early. It's afternoon, but yeah, the sun is about to go down. I can see it at a certain point in the sky outside of my window. But yeah. No, have a good sleep, Pop. As always, great to see you. Oyasuminasai. Otsukai-sama desu. I think we are no longer gonna say see you around. Thanks to the idea that I believe M was the one that told me last week. Otsukai-sama desu, because it kind of sounds like Otsukare-sama. It works so well, and I never realized that. Otsukai. Otsukai. Especially if you say kai instead of kai. You kind of stretch the vowels a little bit more. Or if you say it very fast, Otsukare-sama desu, Otsukare-sama desu, Otsukai, Otsukare, Otsukai-sama, Otsukai, Otsukai-sama, Otsukare-sama. Sounds very similar, right? Otsukare-sama deshita, Otsukare-sama deshita. So it works out. So yeah, see you around has been great. But I really do prefer that Otsukai. Otsukai. But yeah, the Dark-type gym... It also works out to have it here because it's that elite Dark-type feel of Karen. A lot of the Dark-type gyms are going to be like that because they're going to be repurposed from somebody who used to be an Elite Four member. Because there's barely any Dark-type gyms in Pokemon games. They tend to be... They tend to be... sort of more for the Elite Four rather than a gym leader. There's been multiple theories behind this, but I'm not going to get into that. So... It also works out in that way in Kanto when they're in the Sevi Islands that they're elite, so you gotta go out of your way to find it. You're not just gonna find it in this easily accessible city. You gotta go to the Sevi Islands, which you would have access to much in the same way as Fire Red and Leaf Green. Like, it's not gonna be like in Island 7 of the Sevi Islands. It's gonna be like in the first or second island at the most. It will still have accessibility because it's meant to be very open world. So you can literally go for the Dark-type gym as your first gym. Another thing that I want to do for the gyms is that you can't just challenge the gym leader and go for that gym challenge right off the bat. You have to fulfill one of many requirements. There's many options to what to do, so you can open access to the gym challenge. For example, I'm not going to elaborate too much on this, so I'm just going to give one example. Let's say, for example, what could make a good example here? Lavender Town, the Ghost-type gym under Agatha. The options to make it into there. Option number 1 is to obtain X amount of Ghost-type Pokemon. I say X because it differs from gym to gym, depending on the availability of that Pokemon on the region. So, for example, this is the Ghost-type gym in Kanto. We already spoke in great length about how Ghost-type is not well represented in Kanto, sadly, especially in Generation 1. So it will probably be something like 5 or 10 Ghost-type Pokemon. And notice it says the word obtain, so it can be catching them, evolving one, so you obtain a Ghastly, that's one Ghost-type Pokemon, you evolve it to Hunter, that's now 2 Ghost-type Pokemon, they don't need to be in your active box. You can catch one and release it or trade it or whatever, and yes, being traded one, either from an NPC or another player, if that even becomes possible, if this actually becomes a fan game, would be another way, as long as you have obtained them at some point, right? And it is, you are able to see this somewhere in a record in your Pokegear or Pokesystem or whatever you want to call it, right? Option number 2 is to finish a quest. This quest would always be related, well, would be related either to the type or to the city or the area where the gym is located. The quest will probably involve the Pokemon Tower, which would not be a radio tower like in the Johto games. I think I would like it to become a Pokemon Tower of sorts again, where you can find Ghost-type Pokemon like Ghastly. And at the top of the tower, you would meet the ghost of Marowak, I think. And it wouldn't be phrasing it in a way that says, finish the quest. It would say something like, meet the ghost atop Pokemon Tower. Not revealing that it's Marowak, but yes, it's Marowak that you meet right there. Option number 3 would be to be the Ghost-type trainer class, which in this case would be Hexmaniac, or rather than a trainer class, I think I would like to call it being part of the Ghost-type guild, which is, or the Ghost-type club or whatever, which is the regional type specialized guild. And to become part of it, you also visit the gym facility, which has the place or places either on the reception or another room of its own, where all the Ghost-type specialists of Kanto that wish to get their Pokemon skills to the next level while still focusing only on the Ghost-type go to meet. So you will see a lot of Hexmaniacs in there. My people, the Hexmaniacs, the best girls ever. No, seriously, I mean, look into my eyes. Are these not the eyes of a Hexmaniac right here? It's a big inspiration behind me and behind my design. There's a reason I call myself a multi-dimensional maniac. Pokemaniacs as well. But Hexmaniacs more than the Pokemaniacs. There's also Ruin Maniacs, I think. But yeah. Yeah, because I'm thinking that I could make trainer classes like a thing that the player character can get. And or we make it be more like local guilds. And another idea I have is that in the beginning parts of the game, you would be able to choose any of the 18 ones for free. But once you choose that, all the other 17, they're not inaccessible, but in order to become part of them, so you can be in multiple guilds at once, you have to fulfill special requirements and you have to do some other sub-quests or other things to become part of them. Probably like a less steep version to unlock the gym. Something similar than the gym requirements, like you will probably need to obtain certain amount of Pokemon of the type. But yeah, something like that would be the 3 options. Some of them would have more than those 3 options if there's more to it. Like the Viridian Gym might involve like an option 4 involving something with Team Rocket because Giovanni is the gym leader. But this is a redeemed Giovanni. Whoops. Sorry, didn't mean to change the scene there. This is a redeemed Giovanni that no longer is the leader of Team Rocket. The dark type might involve something more with the Sevi Island, something like that, right? But yeah. The water type gym would have that trainer guild. Yeah, the dark type gym would have there would probably be a settlement here, a new city, a new town where the dark type is located. And yeah, that's just the place where it is. It's still kind of close to where the Pokemon League area is. So it makes sense to have Karen here also, much like Koga. Will does end up being far away, but the ruins of Alph... Oh, sorry, this is the Psychic type icon. The ruins of Alph just work a lot better. So yeah, the water type gym leader would have those things. Anyway, sorry about that tangent. Let's finally finish the final gym leader team. We are gonna go way over 4 hours at this rate. Politoad is the next choice. I just really wanted to talk about that idea. I have started to come up with so many other ideas that could make for like a full game experience. There's a thing that I came up with that I called the multi-dimensional factor, the Tajigen factor. Because why not? The reason why, besides a sort of self-insert, is the fact that the name fits what is going on here. What is going on here, you ask? Well, this is a thing that you give to your Pokemon. The name is kind of similar to Gigantamax Factor, so it's a thing you have to give to your Pokemon that would allow that Pokemon to freely switch between any of its evolutionary forms freely. So let's say you give the multi-dimensional factor or the Tajigen factor to your Golem. Now that you have given it that, it's able to switch freely between Graveler, Geodude, and Golem. And you do that outside of battle. And yeah, it's a very OP thing that maybe takes away from the original Pokemon experience. So what I do is that I have the requirements to unlock that be very steep. But there's one thing though. When you choose your starter Pokemon and you have tons of choices, you have at least one choice for every type, first of all. Second of all, when you choose your starter, this is not revealed to you when you choose it. It's something you find out later as a sort of secret feature. That's the idea, at least. Your starter Pokemon, after you clear the Pokemon League, or you complete the Pokédex, or you get all 16 badges, one of those things, you meet an NPC, which is probably gonna be me as a self-insert, that sort of has this quest line similar to Ucene, Xenia, Scott, who unlocks the Battle Frontier in Emerald, introducing this feature to you. And your starter automatically gets it. You don't have to do the requirements that you would have to do for all the other Pokemon to do it. Your starter Pokemon is instantly gonna get the Tajigen factor, the multi-dimensional factor. Alternately, I could call it the multifarious factor. But of course, I gotta go for multi-dimensional. It just ends up being a bit of a mouthful. But I mean, Gigantamax factor is also kind of a long word, Gigantamax. But yeah, multi-dimensional. I think it's best to keep it to multi-dimensional because, God forbid, my game gets translated into other languages. Then in Japanese it would have to be called Tajigen, and however you would say factor. So the requirements would be very steep though, to make it be a little bit of a grind, because this is supposed to be an OP thing, not an easy thing to achieve. For example, you would need to get 10 of each of the evolutionary lines. So again, let's say, and this becomes more complicated with regional variants and alternate evolutions, Eevee. I'm not gonna go into that. That's not the whole other story. But let's say you have what Pokemon could be good? Magmar, Magby, Magmortar. You would need to get 10 Magmar, 10 Magby, 10 Magmortar. The Pokemon you're gonna use for this does count. So if you have one Magmar, there's only 9 other Magmar you need to get. And unlike what I did for the other requirements to unlock the gems and stuff like that, they do need to be actively in your boxes, or even in your party, but in your party or in your Pokemon boxes at the time. And there's other factors, like the Pokemon of choice that you're gonna give the multidimensional factor to needs to be at least level 100. It needs to have happiness maxed out. Actually, I wrote this down. I actually went and wrote this down. I just want to tell you that. Let me see. Oh, and I did another thing. I got the concept from Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee of master trainers, in which you fight with the same Pokemon against that master trainer. So the master trainers of each evolutionary stage must be defeated. So you need to defeat the Magby master trainer, the Magmar master trainer, and the Magmortar master trainer. What I would change probably about the master trainers is that I would make their levels be lower. so that their Pokemon maybe are at level 50 or 55. Usually they end up being like level 70 or 75. If I see that that is still too steep for some Pokemon, it depends on how easy it is to level up Pokemon in this game, right? What kind of grinds there are for this. Depending on how the grind is to level up, I'll probably change them to be lower. But yeah, this can only be accessed by reaching one of these 3 objectives. A, winning the tournament/conference, which requires 8 badges to qualify. B, obtaining all 18 badges. Or C, completing the regional Pokédex. Any of those 3 things will unlock the quest line that will unlock, that does that, where you meet me as an NPC. Any Pokemon that are given this factor can never be released, even if you want to. This is done partly to give limitations so that you have a little bit of a catch to doing this, because it's such an OP thing to give to players, I think. Until they actually implement this as a feature in the Pokemon game, I can see them doing that. And if trading is possible, they wouldn't be able to be traded either. It's done because of this, and it's also done to avoid players accidentally doing something they don't want to do. The starter Pokemon will instantly get the multi-dimensional factor once any of the 3 objectives outlined in the previous point are reached. But yeah, it's something worth mentioning. And I like the idea of giving a starter Pokemon for any of the types. And, since all of the starter Pokemon, one way or another, are going to be accessible in the game, so you can catch Bulbasaur in Viridian Forest or whatever, you'll find Charmander somewhere. There probably will be a little bit rare, but not too rare. Like 5% maybe, not 1% encounter rate. Like, for example, Pikachu, I think is a 5% encounter rate in Viridian Forest. That's not a bad way to go about it, right? I still wanted to make something special for the starter, and this was it. This started from the fact that I wanted to make it so the starter could never be released, but kind of sounds like a limitation to impose on the player, so that would happen because it would automatically unlock the factor. Even before you unlock the multi-dimensional factor on your starter, you wouldn't be able to release it. But this doesn't mean that you can't have it in your party. You can just put it in your box forever if you don't want the starter anymore, and that's it. But you would have a starter of absolutely every single type on every region. Some regions would repeat some starters, that's inevitable, but I would like to have as much diversity as possible, also because of what I'm doing here. So finally, let's get to Champion Lands. This is... Whoa, we're lagging a little bit here. I could see the servers for Pokecharms... Whoops. I could see the servers for Pokecharms being very busy right now. A lot of people building trainer cards for new Pokemon in Scarlet and Violet. Stuff like that. Okay, Gyarados. So, he gets a Dragonite. That's his signature Pokemon. Gyarados, which is not a Dragon type, can learn Dragon type moves, but it's one that was given to him because it's Dragon-like in Generation 1. It is kind of Dragon-like, but it's not a Dragon type, really. I think this is my sort of theory, but when Pokemon was just getting introduced, it's also the reason why you see animals at the beginning of the anime, like horses and fish, until they fix that, quote-unquote fix that, is because they still envisioned the world in which Pokemon were discovered, like, after a while, and they didn't always exist. Mutations came to be, and they came to be this special thing you could catch, do battle with, they had superpowers that regular animals don't have. So the concept of a Pokemon that looks a certain way but is actually not that type makes sense. So the concept of dragons, you have Gyarados that is not a dragon type at all, not even in the Mega Evolution, and yet it's still related to it. Because it's dragon-like, right? If you look internally from the Pokemon world as it is now, what is it about Gyarados that's dragon-like? There's a lot of Pokemon that look like another type and they're not that type, so why should we consider that Gyarados or Aerodactyl is dragon-like? Because of the concept of dragons that comes outside of Pokemon. Something like that, right? Golbat being related to ghosts maybe because it's spooky. In Agatha's team, for example. Stuff like that, stuff like that. So it's kind of different now. But yeah, this is Lance as the champion. So it's not only the fact that we get more liberty, because I don't want him to be just the monotype gym leader, so to speak, but because as the champion, he should have a variety of Pokemon in his party, ideally. Yeah, because even Steven even Steven in in Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, when you first encountered him, I think he had Pokemon that were not Steel type in his party. I think it's in the World Tournament that he focuses more on the Steel types, but it's a similar thing like that. It's a similar thing. But he is gonna have Charizard, which will be a Mega Charizard X, which is also shared in common with the Dragon-type gym leader there, but it's a way we can do that. It's a way we can do that. Alright, the next two Pokemon, I gave him Alolan Exeggutor, and I gave him another Dragonite, but this is gonna change. I want to do something different with him. We could go for a shiny Dragonite, honestly, but I want to do something different here, so I'm gonna give him... Let's see what we've got. They do make him focus a lot on Dragon types, but I want to avoid them, so I will not give him Garchomp, Altaria, Salamence, no. No Dragonair either, he's a champion, he's not gonna have any non-fully evolved Pokemon. Out of the question. So, let's go Pikachu Eevee. What does he get here? He does get the Alolan Exeggutor. What does he have in Stadium? See, this is where it gets interesting. I want to give him a Kangaskhan. Wouldn't be Mega Kangaskhan though. But what about the Johto? Since we still kind of want to do Generation 2 introduced Pokemon, I kind of want to give him some Pokemon that were introduced in Gen 2. Honestly, I look at some of the final evolutions for the starters, and they kind of look dragon-like. There's that sort of feel that would fit Lance very nicely. Feraligatr, Typhlosion, and Meganium. Okay, let's see what he has in... Oh yes, let's see, Pokemon Stadium 2. He has a Tyranitar. I want to give him a Tyranitar. Honestly. Maybe he should have a Mega Tyranitar instead of Charizard X, but... I feel like he's gonna get a Kangaskhan and a Tyranitar. Really switching away from that Dragon type even more. I love his outfits. The outfit they gave him in Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee is actually really good too. So in the anime, yes, Dragonite. He also was recently in Pokemon Journeys, the series, which was great. He has an Aerodactyl here, yeah, Gyarados, a couple Dragonairs, but we're not gonna have them represented here. Tyranitar. You know what I think I'm gonna do for the Dragon-type gym leader of Kanto? I'm gonna make them be an apprentice of Lance, like the protege of Lance. A sort of successor, but not really a successor because they're their own person. Lance, we will have a background where we say he used to be the Dragon-type gym leader in Kanto, maybe? Yeah, he has a Tyranitar. Kangaskhan is maybe the one that is a bit out of place, but what the hell, man? What the hell? And a Mega Kangaskhan would be incredible, but I'll keep the Mega Charizard X, and he's gonna get a Tyranitar. Very Dragon-like too, very Dragon-like if we look at it outside of Pokemon type terms. So this is his champion party. Boom. I like the sound of this. Now, we have done the 18 type gym leaders and the champion, but we are not finished yet. If you were here for the last stream, if you have seen the last stream or VOD, whether you were here live or you watched it in VOD format, you will have noticed we did also the player characters and rivals. We even went as far as doing Yellow from Adventures to represent the yellow game, because why not? So we're gonna do the same here. This time it's gonna be Ethan, Silver, Chris, and Lyra. So there are some instances where they put both Chris and Lyra as one person. Adventures did that, and I understand why. But I prefer to do it in the way they did it in Masters EX, in which Chris and Lyra are two separate characters. So I'm not going for the Adventures names either. Like, they're not gonna be named literally after the game all the time. Silver will be, but we will start with Ethan. And yeah, they have that name for him actually in Masters EX. Here he is. I like that they have all the protagonists, the player characters and stuff. His sickness suit, looking nice. So, here we go, Ethan. One of the elite or even champion rank trainers of Johto. So, we distribute the starters between them. And based on how it was in the Adventures manga, he gets Typhlosion. Then he also gets an Ambipom. So this is even better. The fact that we gave I-Bomb to Whitney instead of Ambipom looks even better now, because Ethan is the one that has Ambipom. And well, you know, some Sinnoh characters also get them. He gets a Politoed. For the most part, these parties are barely, if ever, repeat a type. But sometimes they will be repeating types, as we may see in the future, or in future streams, or even on this stream, I think. Then Sudowoodo. He's the one that went for the Ilex Forest Sudowoodo with the squirt bottle, I think it was. He has a Togekiss as well. And finally, Sunflora. Again, I think this is based on what he got in the Adventures manga, but it checks out. I think it checks out quite nicely. So yeah, like, along with Lance, you might argue these are all the champions, but a thing I thought about doing in the game is that when you reach the tournament conference at the end, well, may not be at the end depending on how you approach it. I'm not starting to have second thoughts on how to do that one. You will encounter those player characters and rivals, because it's a different game. You don't have Silver as your rival, for example. We're gonna do Silver now, by the way. But you will be encountering them in the open world and everything. All the player characters except Red will have dialogue. Red will just continue having the ellipsis in most of his dialogue, I think. But here's Silver, here's my boy. And you will be able to customize your character in many ways. Yeah, Crystal Clear is like that too. They provide you a bunch of different avatars. Some of them are based on rivals like Silver. But the great thing is you can recolor your avatar. So I went for one that's based on Silver. So he has the sort of shoulder length hair. Looks a little bit different than this because his model was a little bit different in Gen 2. Not as much emphasis on the back of the hair, the mullet you might even say. It's more like it falls on the sides like mine does, right? I always loved Silver. I always vibed with him. So I went for a purple-haired, purple clothing Silver as my avatar. And that's what I use. Looks a lot like me. Looks a lot like me. So Silver gets Feraligatr, which he originally stole from Professor Elm's laboratory. That still is a thing. And, you know, he stole it as a Totodile, but now it's evolved. And the rest of his party is based a lot on the video games. The thing with the rivals is that there is a party on the games that you can base it on. But if you have a player character that doesn't become a rival, like Ethan, Chris, and Lyra, they don't really have like a full party, then you have to rely on other material. Or your own original ideas for that. That's not a bad way to do it, honestly. Like, I think it's a great way to do it, honestly. Bum ba ba bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Sorry, just vibe into the music here. This is great lo-fi though, I will say that. Right, where were we? Let me get back to the document here. Actually, I need to check something quickly on this Excel document. There's this great thing that I recommend immensely called desktop pins. And I highly recommend that you you use it on your PC. And what that does is that it's able to put a window on top all the time. And it's useful to me to have it open while still being able to do things on my YouTube dashboard, but without closing, without having to switch away from the Excel document that I'm using for this. So we did Weavile. Wait, Magnezone is another one he has. Magnetone in the Generation 2 games, but then it's Magnezone in Generation 4. He has an Alakazam. That's something he shares in common with Blue, actually. He also gets a Crobat. And last but not least, I gave him a Miss Magius, did I? Yeah, he's gonna get a Miss Magius. I think he had a Gengar originally, but I gave him Miss Magius so he wouldn't repeat the poison type. And also to have more Gen 2 representation, preferably. And I'll keep it this way. I think it's fine this way. Silver, let's see. Let's download that. Alright, so it's just that it's the national park. This remix is also based on the national park song. Oh my gosh, and it's just one of the best songs ever. I mean, imagine, already the song itself, originally, is such a lo-fi kind of song. And then you do a lo-fi remix on a song that's already lo-fi, you know? It works out so well. Okay, next we're gonna do... No, not an egg, sorry. We're gonna do Chris. So, between Chris and Lyra. So Chris is the female player character in the Gold Silver Crystal Generation 2 Johto games. Lyra is the female player character, and in this case also rival of sorts, in the Generation 4 Heart Gold, Soul Silver Johto games. It was between Chris and Lyra as to who was gonna get the third starter. And I went for Chris. Just to go for the originals, so to speak. And because Adventures did go for Chris before they did a sort of Lyra remix of her, they gave her Lyra's outfit. Because Lyra has similar hair to Chris, kind of, so it works out. So yeah, it's gonna be Chris. She's the one that gets Meganium. So this means that Lyra is not gonna have any starter Pokemon. But she does have Meryl as her sort of signature Pokemon, because whoever you don't choose as your player character, they appear as an NPC, like a sort of soft rival, I guess you could say. And they always have Meryl with them. So I gave... Lyra is gonna have Asu Meryl as her signature Pokemon for the incoming party. But yeah, so far this is gonna be the party for Chris. I'm gonna give her Lantern, because I have this rule of not using legendaries. Otherwise, this was the spot that originally belonged, so to speak, to Suicune. Since she represents the Crystal game, in the Adventures manga, they gave her a very close relationship with Suicune. Suicune. Kind of difficult for me to say Suicune. Suicune. Anyway. So this is the party she got. But I ended up replacing it with another water type that I think could be good. And yeah, water electric type Lantern works well with this party. So boom, this is her party. We'll be taking a look at it again in a moment when we finish doing all of them. My gosh, we are about to hit the 4-hour mark again. I am going to try to... I'm gonna try to narrow things down for the next stream, for the Hoenn stream, which will probably be scheduled for... It will either be this Thursday or this Saturday. I think I want to start transitioning to making Saturdays be the day for the Japanese streams now. I think that will work out better. Okay, so now, yes, we go for Lyra. And yeah, as I said, all of these player characters and rivals Lyra, Chris, Ethan, and Silver you would encounter in the tournament. Although it might be under special circumstances, like maybe you just encounter them if you go for the tournament after earning 18 badges and not the 8 badges version. Or maybe you still encounter them, I don't know. Another idea I have is that you encounter them in the game before you, as you just continue playing it. And they talk to you and everything. But yeah, Lyra. One important thing to mention is that the game is a sort of sequel to all the games that have happened before. So these players after they've already experienced the events of their games. So Red is already a champion rank trainer when you get there. He doesn't become champion rank by getting to the tournament with you, but is already a champion rank trainer who decides to participate in the tournament as a former champion. That is a thing that happens a lot. Former champions participate again if they decided to no longer be a defending champion, if they decided to never be a defending champion, or they got defeated and they could no longer be defending champions because they got defeated as champions. This is the case with Blue. He was gonna be a defending champion, but then Red defeated him not long after. So he never got to really... He defended it only once, and in that defense he lost. So there's that. Yeah, Lyra, anyway, she gets Azumarill, that's her signature. A fine Pokemon, I'd say. A fine Pokemon. I'm going to give her Porygon 2 because I wanted to have Porygon 2 represented somewhere. And it's still a viable Pokemon. Just like I wanted Porygon, the first Porygon represented somewhere in Kanto, and I think I gave it to the normal type gym leader. Even if the first Porygon is not that viable. Okay, so this works out. I think I'm gonna give her Girafarig, and Will remain with Farigiraf. That works out. She gets a Magmortar, and last but not least, a Jumpluff. I don't remember what I based this party on. I think it was mostly my own input, and partly maybe what we saw in Heart Gold and Soul Silver. Because again, or maybe Master CX to an extent, but yeah. This is her party. This is her party. It's probably mostly my own original input for this. Just, well, other Pokemon that would make a good elite party. And that were maybe not that represented in other parties. Alright, well, this is it. This is the end of the team building for the Pokemon League. So once again, these are all the locations for the gyms. And there's a huge conference area. There's one more thing. Oh, you know what I should have done? I should have placed a gym in the Lake of Rage. So we make it so that there's a... So Crystal Clear added this area called the Forest of Rage to the east of the lake. Over there where the forest is. Oh my god, what is going on with my PC, man? I gotta take a look at the CPU situation. How to tell what is taking your CPU space or whatever. I'm gonna search for that. But yeah, anyway, maybe something around there would have been good. Maybe the dark type gym, because Gyarados can become dark type, I don't know. Or the water type gym might make sense there, but I think I like it there with the Whirl Islands. The fire type gym in the Lake of Rage, that depends on what else you can find in the Lake of Rage, I guess. This place is known for the red Gyarados, which doesn't really fit anything besides water and maybe dark as a stretch. So I'd figure something out, maybe. But Lake of Rage remaining as it is works out too. So yeah. Now, give me a second here. I'm gonna make a little bit of a slideshow of... gonna showcase the trainer cards a little bit. Whoa, why is the... I'm so sorry. I just realized the chat overlay still shows the spam. We deleted that spam. I don't know why it's still there. Let me see if I can refresh. Refreshing the cache of it. Oh, man, that sucks. I'm gonna have to... I timed out the user, but I didn't remove the messages. It did automatically remove them, but it counts it differently. Ah, for heaven's sake, that looks terrible. You know what? I'm just gonna remove that from there. Stream Elements needs to do something about that. Because the other message I removed, but if I delete it first, it acknowledges the deletion, but if I do a timeout, it doesn't acknowledge the deletions of the messages. Why? Let me try to refresh the cache of the page again. It still shows it. That's terrible. That's just rotten. Hopefully there's a setting in Stream Elements. Wow, we really are skipping a lot of frames from the CPU, aren't we? Those are more frames than I thought they were. More than I would like them to be. Hopefully the frequency is not big with them. Anyway, well, we can switch to the... Give me a second here. Just to remove that stupid thing. Right. So... can we show them here? Or should I go for another screen? Why don't we go for this screen instead? I'm gonna show them on this screen. The black background there. Just like that. So... I'm gonna do a little slideshow. Well, not a slideshow, but kind of like a slideshow. Because I'm able to do it natively in OBS like this. Give me a second. As I set it up. Okay, so the great thing that you can do with a slideshow source in OBS is that you can also pause the slideshow and you just tell it to give me a second here, and you just tell it to do them in the order you want it to. You pause it and then you go for the next slide or something like that. Okay, yeah, this works out. Kind of goes over me a little bit, but it works, I think. So, going through the gyms of the league. First, we're going through them in alphabetical order, so that's why the bug gym is first. It's also to imply that they don't have to be in the order the original games were, especially because there's a lot of new gyms here. You can do them in any order, right? A truly open world, a true league experience, you might say. First, the Bug-type gym in Azalia Town, led by Boxy. The maximum party that he has is Mega Caesar, Shuckle, Heracross, Fortress, Yanmega, and Ledian. Caesar is Bug Steel, Shuckle is Bug Rock, Heracross is Bug Fighting, Fortress, another Bug Steel type, Yanmega, I believe, is Bug Flying. Let me check my document here. And Ledian is also Bug Flying. Next gym is the Dark type gym, led by Karen, in a new city between Blackthorn and New Bark, or maybe in the Lake of Rage. Her party is Umbreon Pure Dark type, Hunchcrow Dark Flying type, Weavile Dark Ice type, Mega Houndoom Dark Fire type, Alolan Muk Dark Poison type, or is it Poison Dark? I don't remember, and Tyranitar Rock Dark type. Then, Gym Leader Claire in Blackthorn City, Dragon type gym. Her Pokemon are Kingdra, Water Dragon type, Mega Ampharos, Electric Dragon type, thanks to that Mega Evolution, Dragonite, Dragon Flying type, Garchomp, Ground Dragon type, Salamence, Dragon Flying type, and Rudigon, Pure Dragon type. The only Pure Dragon here, funny enough. Took them a while before they actually did any Pure Dragon types. That's a fun little fact. Or well, fully evolved, I mean, Pure Dragon types. Because Ratini and Dragonair were full Dragon types. Pure Dragon types. Then the Electric type gym. That's a placeholder image, it's not Ash Ketchum. The best I can do with a placeholder image, I guess. The Electric type gym, which is located also in Olivine City, has a relation to the lighthouse. But Amphi, the Ampharos of that lights up the lighthouse, is not the same Ampharos you see here. So, the party consists of Mega Ampharos, Electric Dragon type, Electivire, Pure Dragon type, Lantern, Water Electric type, Magnezone, Electric Steel type, Alolan Raichu, Electric Psychic type, and Iron Thorns, Paradox version of Tyranitar, which is, in this case, Rock Electric type. A fascinating thing, isn't it? A fascinating, fun experience, I would say. Then, the Fairy type gym of Johto, which is located in Goldenrod City, together with Whitney's gym. Gramble, pure Fairy type. I think it's still a pure Fairy type, right? I mean, I think it became a pure Fairy type now. So Whitney lost a Snowball and Gramble. But again, that's also why it's placed close to the normal type gym here. Okay, so Togekiss, Fairy Flying type. Azumarill, Water Fairy type. Wigglytuff, normal Fairy type. Fluttermane, the Paradox version of... the past Paradox version of Misdreavus, which is a Ghost Fairy type here. And Galarian Rapidash, Psychic Fairy. When I say the typings of some of these, I may be saying them in the wrong order because they have like primary and secondary types for things, but beyond just the order of saying things a certain way, they don't really make any difference. One second. Okay, sorry. Sometimes I have to check a few things. Yeah, I was thinking of putting a break screen. Made me realize we haven't used any break screens whatsoever so far. Then, the Fighting type gym, located in Cianwood City, led by Chuck. Poliwrath, Water Fighting. Hitmontop, Pure Fighting. Sneasler, Poison Fighting. Heracross, Bog Fighting. Annihilate, Fighting Ghost. And Machamp, Fighting. Pure Fighting type. Next we have the Fire type gym. New character probably. Located also in Cianwood City. A sort of island city right there in Johto. Macargo, Fire Rock. Typhlosion, Pure Fire. Magmortar, Pure Fire. Houndoom, Dark Fire. Tauros, Fighting Fire type. And Ninetales, Pure Fire. Next gym is the Flying type gym, located in Violet City, led by Faulkner. Pidgeot, normal Flying type, which maybe I will change to Mega Pidgeot, come to think of it. Noctowl, normal Flying. Xatu, Psychic Flying. Mantine, Water Flying. Murkrow, Dark Flying. And Togetic, Fairy Flying type. Next we have the Ghost type gym located in Ekrutiak City, led by Morty. Gengar, Ghost Poison. Misdreavus, Pure Ghost. Mismagius, Pure Ghost. Fluttermane, Ghost Fairy. Again, the past Paradox version of... sorry about the frame drops, I don't know why this keeps happening. This is extremely unnerving. There's something going on with my PC, man. Anyway, Ghost Fairy type, the version of Misdreavus. Hisuian Typhlosion, Fire Ghost type. And Cursola, Pure Ghost type. I think it's Pure Ghost, right? You would have thought they would have made it Ghost Rock type, because Ghost Rock type is a typing that hasn't been done yet, I think. Anyway, the Grass type gym, located in Cherry Grove City. Blossom, Grass type, Pure. Sunflora, Pure Grass type. Jumpluff, Grass Flying type. Meganium, Pure Grass type. Tangrowth, Pure Grass type. And maybe this one is subject to change. Toadscruel, Ground Grass type. Tanoshi. Oh yeah, maybe I should have done a Toadscruel here, but this works out. The Ground type gym, located close to the Union Cave, to the east of Asalia Town. And again, there may be a new settlement that may be connected to the Union Cave. Donphan, Pure Ground. Gligar, Ground Flying. Clotsire, Poison Ground. Quagsire, Water Ground. The Great Tusk, which is, if I recall correctly, Fighting Ground. And the Great Tusk, or just Great Tusk, is a past Paradox version of Donphan. And then Mamoswine, Ice Ground. Next, the Ice-type gym. Speaking of Mamoswine, the Ice-type gym, located in Mahogany Town, led by Price. We have... You know what I think I'm going to do? I'm going to start writing the place where it's located. Because in the future regions, I don't know some of the future regions as much because I haven't played the games. So I want to place them somewhere as well within the map. And I want to acknowledge where they are here. So Poke Charms gives you an option to write something in one of those spaces underneath, those blank circles. I could probably do that. They probably wouldn't have an icon, but I could write something there still. Okay, so Mamoswine, Ice Ground, Piloswine, Ice Ground, Sneasel, Dark Ice, Weavile, Dark Ice, Delibird, Ice Flying, and then Iron Bundle, the past Paradox version of Delibird, Ice Water. So it's like 3 Pokemon in 2 different versions to make the team of 6 Pokemon. It's kind of a fun team, honestly. I like it. Now the normal type gym, located in Goldenrod City, led by Whitney. Miltank, pure normal. Ipom, pure normal. Ursaluna, let me remember the type. I think it was ground normal. Yes, Ursaluna, ground normal. Furret, pure normal. Dunsparce, pure normal. Weirdeer, normal psychic. There you are. Just vibing with the music, sorry. The poison type gym, located in the mountains, in probably a new settlement around close to where the Pokemon League is, but not quite there. So it's still on a settlement of its own. So it's not like you don't have to go to the Pokemon League area or even Mount Silver to be able to find this, because it wouldn't be fair on the player. You should be able to challenge the gyms in any order. So you could, if you want to have the poison type gym as your first, you can do that, and the team will scale. Koga is known as an elite trainer. He's at least elite rank. Well, every gym leader has to be elite rank at least, but he's a special elite rank, I don't know, something like that. To acknowledge his former Elite Four status as well, but if you have 0 badges, the team will scale fittingly. So, Area 2, Bug Poison. Is Bug Poison, right? Let me take a look again. I forget about some of these typings. Wish they had an option to show the types of the Pokemon. Might be nice. Ariados, Bug Poison, Muck, Pure Poison, Crobat, Poison Flying, Galarian Slowking, Poison Psychic, Quillfish, Water Psychic, and Clotsire, Poison Ground. Next up, we're almost finished with the gyms here. The Psychic type gym led by Will, located close to the ruins of Alph, either on its own or in a new settlement. You know, when I say settlement, I mean a city or a town, or even something smaller than a town or something different. But yeah, we have Xatu, Psychic Flying, Slowking, Water Psychic, Unknown Psychic, Ispion Psychic, Wobbuffet Psychic, and Farigiraf, which I think is still normal Psychic, right? Yeah, I think Farigiraf is still normal Psychic like Girafarig. So there you go. It's fun to do this right after Scarlet and Violet have come out. Again, I'm sorry for any spoilers. There is the spoiler warning and everything in the description, and that I did during the stream, but yeah, sorry if these are major spoilers or anything. Now, the Rock-type gym, located around Ilex Forest, probably not inside Ilex Forest itself, maybe something further to the west of Ilex Forest. So there would be new settlements there. And yeah, this means it's west of Azalea Town. So, Sudowoodo, Pure Rock, Mega Tyranitar, might just make it a regular Tyranitar, Rock Dark, Corsola, Water Rock, or Rock Water, I forget the order, Shuckle, Bog Rock, Macargo, Fire Rock, and Rhyperior, Ground Rock. Next is the Steel-type gym, located in Olivine City, which also has the Electric-type gym, led by Jasmine. Mega Steelix, which is still ground steel, right? Yeah, it doesn't become pure steel. That's another Pokemon I'm thinking about, Agron, or Agron, however you say it. Skarmory, Steel Flying. Fortress, Bug Steel. Caesar, Bug Steel as well. And then we have Iron Threats, the future Paradox version of Donphan, which is ground steel if I recall correctly. And Magnezone Electric Steel. Or Steel Electric? I forget. No, I'm pretty sure it's Electric Steel. And finally, to complete the 18 gyms of every type for Johto, the Water type gym of Johto, located close to the Whirl Islands, Octillery, Pure Water, Politoed, Pure Water, Lantern, Water Electric, Azumarill, Water Fairy, Quagsire, Water Ground, and Quillfish, Water Poison. Yes, a lot of these Pokemon repeat themselves between gym leaders, but I think it's okay, honestly. Especially if you end up playing this in a game that scales the gyms. I mean, if you fight the Water type gym as your first gym, and then you fight the Fairy type gym, which also has an Azumarill on it, you may not even encounter Marill. Yeah, you may not even encounter Marill, much less Azumarill on the gym leader's party if it's your first gym. Like, you're probably just gonna have Remoraid and Poliwag at the very most, something like that. You would be able to rematch several different sets of the gym leader according to the amount of batches though. That's a feature from Crystal Clear that would be present in this ultimate game, so to speak. Now, let's get to some other notable trainers, some champion, elite, or elite rank trainers in Johto. First we have Ethan. He has Typhlosion, Pure Fire, Ambipom, Pure Normal, Politoed, Pure Water type, Sudowoodo, Pure Rock type, Togekiss, Fairy Flying type, and Sunflora, Pure Grass type. Only one dual type here. Interesting. Sorry if you heard the screeching of my chair. You may be able to catch it here and there. Eventually I'll get myself a new chair, but you know, budget for these sorts of things, I gotta invest in a bunch of other things before I do that. Gotta go for a CPU, gotta go for many other things instead. So, Chris. She has Meganium, Pure Grass type, Arcanine, Fire type, Xatu. Wait a minute. Okay, I thought Ethan had a Xatu as well, I got it wrong. Lantern, Water Electric, Marowak, sorry, Xatu, Psychic Flying, Lantern, Water Electric, Marowak, Pure Ground, and Hitmonchan, Fighting type. Next, Lance, the champion, the defending champion. Dragonite, because the others may also be champion rank, but they're not defending champion. Dragonite, Dragon Flying. Gyarados, you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to maybe put the Terrastalize feature. But for now, well, since it's still not something I understand much, as the game gets older and more people play it, more information comes out because of that, we'll know more about how it works. Because what I'm thinking we could do is to get a Terrastalize Gyarados to make it be Dragon type or Aerodactyl. Even though this is Champion Lance, which doesn't focus 100% on Dragon types, this could also be good for other gym leaders. To give them more of their type specialty and give them a type that is not that type necessarily, you know? Let's get back to the chiptune songs from Stream Beats. It still sounds like something straight out of Pokemon, doesn't it? Anyway, Gyarados Water Flying, Aerodactyl Rock Flying, Mega Charizard X. I forgot to put the Mega icon there, whatever. Fire Dragon, Kangaskhan, Normal, Pure Normal, and Tyranitar Rock Dark type. I get the feeling he Terrastalizes one of those non-Dragon types to make it be Dragon. Not Mega Charizard X though, because he already uses Mega Evolution there. This is why it's a national deck situation, because it's one in which you use a lot of gimmicks that are no longer in some of the games right now. Hey, Bao, you gotta go to school because it's Monday? Good. I mean, I hope you have a good day at school. It's for your own good, young man. You should better. It's good that you go to school. No, happy Monday, Bao. I'm glad that you made it to the stream. Yes, we are being a bit later than usual. We are ending the stream soon, though. We're just taking a look at a brief summary of all the types. It's gonna be a 4.5-hour stream, basically. My gosh. But yeah, then Lyra, and I think Lyra is the last one, right? No, Silver is the last one. Lyra, she has Azumarill, Water Fairy, Porygon 2, Normal, Mamoswine, Ice Ground, Girafarig, Normal Psychic, Magmortar, Fire, and Jumpluff, Grass Flying. And last but not least, Silver. He has for Alligator, Water, Weavile, Dark Ice type, Magnezone, Electric Steel type, Alakazam, Psychic type, Crobat, Poison Flying type, and Mismagius, Ghost type. And that is it. It loops after this and goes back to Bugsy right there. Well, those are the ultimate teams for the Pokemon League, for all the 18 gym leaders and some notable trainers. Mostly, you know, champions, rivals, and player characters, because I could go beyond that. I could go for like Team Rocket representatives. Well, we can't really go for the Team Rocket leader for Kanto and Johto because it's Giovanni, and he's redeemed now. He's more the ground type gym leader than anything else. We could go for the admins though, but next week we are going to do Hoenn. And on Hoenn, we have leaders for Team Aqua and Team Magma. But we're not gonna do them. I was thinking I could make Maxi the Team Magma leader, the ground type gym leader, but well, we'll see if I do that. The problem with that is that Archie does not become the water type gym leader because there's already Wallace. We even have Juan, the other water type gym leader. So to have yet another water type gym leader doesn't work out. And I don't see another type that would work for him. Maybe the dark type, but that's kind of a stretch. So it kind of feels unequal to make one of them be a gym leader and the other one doesn't become a gym leader. So I'd rather just leave them out. It's an all or nothing situation, you know? And we may have some of the Battle Frontier brains from Emerald also become gym leaders. We will see. We'll see. But yeah, for now though, this was a very long stream. I didn't think it would be this long because I'm like, this time I know I'm going to focus only on the Johto region, but we went over 4 hours, 4.5 hours basically. But hey, I hope it was a fun experience, whether you were here for 4 hours or 4 minutes, 40 minutes, whatever. Thank you so much for accompanying me today. It's a great stream to be doing this sort of thing. It's fun for me and I hope it's fun for you as well. It becomes a great just chatting experience and continues to polish my YouTube streaming skills, if you will. I think content like this can be fun streaming content in its own way. By the way, I think I forgot to enable... I think I forgot to enable like the notifications for YouTube. And I still need to adapt a lot of things to YouTube, migrate a lot of screens. Yeah, I think I don't have that set quite yet. Hold on. Let me see here. I'm gonna disable this now. Where are my alerts? Yeah, if anybody did anything on YouTube, if anybody subscribed, let me take a look here. Okay, nobody. There was no... Oh my gosh, those spam bots. It's not supposed to show that anymore in the chat. But yeah. I was gonna say if anybody did subscription, it wouldn't have shown it because I forgot to put those alerts again. But I'm gonna try to make the time to put them for the next stream. So the plan for next week, which I'll probably publish tomorrow. Not today. But it is gonna be from Sunday to Saturday. I tend to list the week like that. May change in the future. I might do it from Monday to Sunday. I just prefer to start weeks on Sundays. That's just the way I'm used to. And I prefer the idea of starting a week with a quote-unquote relaxed Sunday rather than the full workday that is Monday. Well, at least that's the general feeling of it. Not all jobs are like that. Depends on what you do. I mean, you may have Mondays be free and Sundays are... Your weekend may be Monday and Tuesday. There's all sorts of schedules. But yeah, next week I think we're gonna have, if everything goes well to plan, 2 Twitch streams and 2 YouTube streams. Wednesday will be on Twitch. I don't know what it's gonna be. Anything goes. I'm thinking of Smite, but we may have something else. Fall Guys, even Fortnite. I've been meaning to get back to that one. Probably not Fortnite because it's even worse now on top of the CPU issues. Then on Thursday, I think I'm gonna have the Pokemon streams on Thursday. So on Thursday, we'll continue with the Hoenn League. Friday is Final Fantasy Friday as always, so that's 14 on Twitch. And then on Saturday, we have Dungeons and Dragons in the morning, or at least in the morning in my time, on Alan Lex's channel on Twitch. And I believe Ryder Vermilion, or no, Magi Matsumi, one of the other party members, also streams it on their Twitch channel. And later on, we go back here to YouTube in the afternoon, evening or so to have Japanese language practice. Continuing with Renshu most likely, but I might do more in the other platforms, maybe more in Lingodeer. There's more than enough content with just Renshu alone, which I need to get back to, by the way. I need to practice today. That would be a great idea. Unlock more gacha! Ooh, yes, let's unlock more gacha! Alright, well, that is the stream for today. Thank you so much to anybody who joined me. And if you watched the VOD, especially if you watched all the way, or listened to it in the background or whatever, thank you so much. I know it's a very long video. YouTube supposedly now divides chapters automatically. Not sure how they do that, what the criteria is for that, but hopefully I'll find a time to divide it by chapters later. Like, you know, at least about 3 chapters. Like the first is just the general just chatting Zatsudan that we do at the beginning of the stream, and then when I actually start building the teams, and then at the end of the stream when I show the summary of all the teams. That's the most important one for anybody that's coming here to just see the teams. That will do. Yeah, I think it would be a good idea. I'm gonna make a note for that. Well, thank you so much, Maniacs. I wish you a happy rest of your Sunday if it's still Sunday for you, and let's start the week very, very well. You know, I'm still kind of sick, but I am recovering from it slowly, kind of. So I am hoping to get back into good form in terms of live streaming to finish 2022 in a great way. Hey, my birthday is coming up soon, so I need to plan something. Anyway, whatever way I see you next, Maniacs, thank you for being here, and お疲れ様です。またね。